Good morning. Please take your seat. Please welcome to the stage Vice President of Civility and Partnerships at Roblox and the Family Online Safety Institute Board Chair, Tammy Baumick.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. I'm very excited to see you all. Please have a seat. I can see that many of you are watered, coffeeed, and breakfast, so I'm very excited about that, and I'm so excited about this day. Welcome to the FOSI 2025 Annual Conference. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this year's big event. We are completely sold out, and our friends on Livestream are all watching, so it's very exciting. We're all sold out. So this is our 19th annual conference, and I feel fortunate to be here with you all in this gorgeous space yet again this year. We have representatives from 179 companies, 179 companies, and organizations from 7 countries. So I'd particularly like to welcome our international participants who are joining us from all corners of the globe, both in person and through our live stream. Also, to viewers on C-SPAN, a big welcome to you all. I want to thank many of our generous donors and sponsors who have made this conference possible, and in particular, Amazon, our champion sponsor. Thank you. And for the first time, Apple is also a champion sponsor, so a huge thanks to Apple. Please stop by the many exhibit booths and feel free to reach out to all the sponsors during the various breaks and networking opportunities throughout the day. I'm sure you saw all of the many wonderful tables lined up in the hallway. Please take a moment to stop by and say hello. For those of you who are new to FOSI, we are an international nonprofit organization whose mission it is to make the online world safer for kids and their families. FOSI convenes leaders in industry, government, and the nonprofit sectors to collaborate and innovate new solutions in the field of online safety. And through research, resources, events, and special projects, promotes a culture of responsibility online and encourages a sense of digital citizenship for all. This is achieved through an emphasis on the 3 pillars of policy, practices, and parenting. To put it another way, we encourage enlightened public policy, robust industry best practices, and empowered digital parenting. And when we think of online safety, we believe it means to acknowledge the risks, to mitigate the harms while reaping the rewards of our own and our children's online lives. We will be releasing our latest research project entitled Generative AI in Uncertain Times, How Teens Are Navigating a New Digital Frontier, which is the first we've conducted entirely in-house. Thank you to the FOSI team for driving this important research effort. I'm really looking forward to it. Now, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce FOSI's founder and CEO, Stephen Balcom. Thanks and have a great day.
Good morning and welcome. You know, people often say, may you live in interesting times. But interesting doesn't begin to describe what we are living through today. That's why this year's conference theme, Online Safety in Tumultuous Times, feels far closer to our present reality. We are living through a pivotal moment in history when political, cultural, and technological forces are shifting faster than our institutions can adapt, and with no clear resolution in sight. I don't need to review everything happening here in the United States. At times, it feels as if we are witnessing a slow-motion dismantling of long-cherished institutions, norms, and processes. It is heartbreaking to see how far we have fallen in the eyes of the world as we retreat behind fortified borders and turn away from international agreements and multilateral engagement. And I want to acknowledge that some of you traveling from overseas faced uncertainty about whether you would even be allowed into the country. We are profoundly grateful that you chose to make the journey. Thank you and welcome. And as if political upheaval weren't enough, the technological developments of the past year have been nothing short of breathtaking. AI has been infused into every device, app, website, and platform. ChatGPT and other generative AI tools have become embedded in everyday life in ways even their creators did not fully anticipate, most visibly in our schools and universities. AI offers extraordinary benefits to young people, but also raises profound concerns. When ChatGPT becomes the place students turn to for the answers, it threatens the development of the very thing education is meant to cultivate, critical thinking. And then there are the advances in AI video. Tools like Sora 2 deliver astonishing creativity, entertainment, and fun. But they also usher in a new age of effortless deep fakes and misinformation. Yet again, we find ourselves scrambling to retrofit safety measures into the products that should have been built with safety by design. And you know, we've seen this movie before. In 1995, as the World Wide Web exploded into global consciousness, many of us scrambled to build rating systems, filters, and basic educational resources to help hapless parents block adult content from their children's view. In 2005, with the arrival of Web 2.0, social media and smartphones brought new challenges, but this time behavioral, cyberbullying, sexting, overuse, and oversharing. Once again, these services were rushed to market, and we're still managing the consequences of having moved too fast. And now, in 2025, the year of AI, we face two new sets of challenges, one mental and one emotional, each intertwined with the extraordinary benefits that Gen AI brings to our kids. On the one hand, AI promises what educators have dreamed about for decades, truly personalized learning. Students can move at their own pace, guided by always available AI tutors that coach, encourage, and support them. On the other hand, when AI becomes a shortcut, not a scaffold, young people risk missing out on the difficult, formative work of learning to learn. Overcoming challenges, grappling with complexity, and developing independent thought are irreplaceable experiences. AI threatens, unintentionally, to erode the philosophical foundation of education itself. The second challenge is deeply human. AI companions and chatbots can provide comfort, positivity, and a sense of connection, especially for lonely and vulnerable kids. But the danger arises when these relationships replace real-world human connection, with all its messiness, unpredictability, and friction. Dependency on bots can lead to emotional entanglement, and in some tragic cases, self-harm, leading to real-world loss. Once more, regulators are trying to keep up. App developers are being pressed to build effective guardrails, and parents, always parents, are left to figure out how to allow their children to access these powerful new tools while navigating risks the world has never seen before. As you heard, in a moment, we're going to release our latest research on young people's attitudes, behaviors, and use of AI. We hope that this report will help inform the growing debate about how best to use AI while creating guardrails and policies, particularly for younger users. And later today, we're going to debut a new animated age assurance video designed to demystify a topic that is too often confusing, abstract, or mischaracterized. We hope it sparks more grounded, informed conversation. And of course, as with every FOSI event, we built the day around opportunities to reconnect with old friends, meet new partners, ask questions, offer suggestions, and explore the many exhibits and demos in the hallway. These times may be unsettling, but today we have created a welcoming space, a space to explore new ideas, to challenge and be challenged, and most importantly, to collaborate and innovate new solutions to make the online world safer for children and families everywhere. Thank you for being here, and enjoy the day. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce my colleague Alana Powers-O'Brien, FOSI's Research and Program Specialist, and Gina Bell, Youth Partner with In Tandem, to launch our latest research report. Please welcome them.
Hi, good morning, everyone. We are so excited to kick off today's programming with a presentation on our new research report titled Generative AI in Uncertain Times, How Teens Are Navigating a New Digital Frontier. Can we cue the slides, please? Thank you so much. So to quickly introduce ourselves, my name is Alana Powers-O'Brien, and I am the research specialist at FOSI and the author of this report. And I'll turn it over to Gina.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gina Bell. I'm a first-year college student, and I participated in the survey results reflection session for this research. I'm a youth partner at In Tandem, which is an organization dedicated to including youth perspectives in research and product development.
Awesome, thank you, Gina. And we will go into what one of Gina's sessions entailed in just a minute. So I want to briefly go through this presentation outline. So here's what we'll talk about today. First, we'll talk about our objectives of this research. Then we'll go over some high-level methods. We'll present some top-level findings, and we'll wrap up with some implications. And Gina is here on stage with me today to provide perspective, not only as a young person who uses Gen AI, but also as somebody who actually participated in this research. So to talk about objectives. When we set out to do this project at the beginning of 2025, it was really easy to land on the topic of generative AI. Discussions about Gen AI are everywhere, as we've already seen this morning, and it seems like every week there's a new tool, there's a new update, and there's some breaking news story about this technology. A lot of talk about generative AI has been directed towards teenagers. So this research set out to speak to teenagers themselves to understand how they use this technology and how they feel about this technology. We ended up focusing on 4 categories: use purposes, concerns and benefits, responsibility, and companionship. I will briefly go into some methods now. So we conducted this research in 2 phases. We did 4 focus groups with teen generative AI users, followed by a survey with 1,000 teen respondents. Survey respondents had used generative AI within the last 6 months. We also focused on youth-engaged design, so we held reflection sessions throughout the research process, namely right before we did the survey and also when we analyzed the survey findings and the focus group findings. So Gina was actually part of one of these reflection groups. Gina, do you want to say a few words about that experience?
Yeah, being a part of the reflection group was really interesting. I liked how we got to share our honest opinion on Gen AI. It didn't just feel like research to me. It felt like we were helping shape the questions and ideas.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So before we move on, I want to note a few additional things. So all of this data was collected in the United States, and all participants were between the ages of 15 and 18, meaning that this study focused on older teens. So when I say teens throughout this presentation and also throughout the report many of you have now, I'm referring to teens who are 15 to 18 years old who have used generative AI in the past. So now we'll get into some findings. So our first finding, nearly half, or 45%, of survey respondents use generative AI more than once a week. While that is a relatively big number, it's important to note that only 13% of teens report using generative AI daily, and nearly a quarter claim to use generative AI once a month or less. Does this align with what you've seen, Gina?
I feel like how much you use it really depends on your academic standing. As a college student, I find myself using AI more than what I would use it for back in high school. I feel this way because AI policies, especially in the school systems, I feel as though they're embracing the change.
Yeah, so schools are starting to embrace AI a little bit more. That's really interesting. So our next finding here is talking about what are teens using generative AI for? Well, we see a really clear front runner here, and that's academic work, such as brainstorming, proofreading, or researching. The second most popular use is as a search engine for non-academic tasks, meaning a place to ask questions about interest and curiosity, likely similar to how a lot of us use Google. And then the third most popular use was entertainment. Teens in the focus group spoke about having generative AI create stories or generate images or make songs. One focus group participant actually told me that her and her friends will use Gen AI to make Love Island episodes and that they're actually pretty good. After that, use drops off a bit, as we can see, with under a quarter of teens saying that they use generative AI for their jobs or internships, for their physical health, their mental health, or for social connection. But I want to put a pin in that mental health stat, though, because we're going to come back to it a little bit later. But Gina, actually, you wanted to talk about Gen AI and how you've used it for your mental health.
I used to talk about AI, how I was feeling one day. I did feel as though it was better than a human connection, only because the AI said everything right when comforting me. It's like when you're talking to someone and they add a why onto why it happened, or a but instead of listening to you. Whereas the AI would comfort you even if you're wrong in the moment.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. So we were also interested in what teens are concerned about. And the concern selected most out of this list was loss of critical thinking skills, as Stephen mentioned in his opening remarks as well. This aligns well with teens' primary use of generative AI for academics. But it is worth pointing out that concerns were pretty evenly distributed among these categories here. And I also want to note that only 7% of teens say that they have no concerns. So how are you feeling about these findings, Gina?
Though the results were everywhere, I couldn't help but agree with the leading poll. I feel like now, instead of AI, like using AI for an idea or brainstorm, students are utilizing AI for their whole assignment. I know a few people that can't even start a thesis statement without using AI.
Yeah, thank you so much for that insight. So we also wanted to talk about benefits. So teens' perceived benefits of generative AI paint a bit of a clearer picture than the concerns did. Speed and convenience were clearly the top benefits for teens, with 30% selecting convenience and 18% selecting speed. In the focus groups, a lot of participants spoke about ease. It's easy to use, it's easy to access, and it can easily generate information that could take a lot longer to find somewhere else. So a smaller share of teens' top benefits was a lack of judgment and also sparking inspiration. And I also want to note here that only 5% of teens said that there were no benefits about generative AI. So Gina, you actually said this graph was pretty similar to your experience. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, the results didn't surprise me at all. Most of all teens, such as myself, we own phones and other devices where we can have a wide variety of resources, and AI is one of them. AI can make graphs for an assignment and citations.
Yeah, so it's a tool in the toolbox. Yeah,
Right.
That's great. Awesome. Yeah, so our next slide is talking about who is responsible for teaching teens about generative AI. Obviously, there's a lot of reporting from adults about their concerns and hopes for teens when it comes to this technology. However, when it comes to who teens think should be teaching them about Gen AI, many are not thinking about adults first and foremost. Instead, about 3 in 10 see themselves as most responsible for teaching themselves about generative AI. and another 17% say their friends and peers are mainly responsible. If teens do turn to an adult, 16% think that their teachers are most responsible. And then you see parents are much closer to the bottom here, with just 8% of teens saying their parents are most responsible for teaching them about generative AI. Similarly, 57% of teens say their parents do not have rules about generative AI. Only 30% of teens claim that their parents do have these rules in place. And most focus group and reflection session participants just didn't see their parents as playing a very active role in their generative AI rule enforcement or education because they just felt they knew a lot more than their parents and caregivers did about this technology. Also, a lot of teens really strongly tie generative AI to academics, so they may just view their teachers in the school system as an easier place for them to go for help and rules and guidance than their parents themselves. Gina, do you want to tell us a little bit about your journey with rules and teaching?
When I first used AI, I kind of had to teach myself how to use it, especially on assignments. At first, it was simple things such as taking the dashes out of an answer or lowering the vocabulary, or asking AI to sound human. But then it had gotten a bit easier once schools added AI policy. For example, my school, if you have a 20% and above AI-generated answer, that response is an automatic fail.
Yeah, so those rules provided some structure, which was helpful, which I think is really cool to see too. Yeah. So our next stat here is, remember when I asked you to put a pin in the discussion about mental health? So we're going to talk a little bit more about that now. If you'll recall, when we asked respondents if they use generative AI for mental health, only about 2 in 10 said yes. However, when we asked this question in a broader way, have you ever talked about your feelings with a generative AI chatbot? The affirmative answers literally doubled, and 42% of teens said that they have talked about their feelings with a chatbot. Another 20% haven't, but they know somebody who has. And then basically the same number of teens also said that talking to generative AI feels like talking to a human. So focus group participants spoke about generative AI as an objective voice, a second point of view that would not judge them, while also emphasizing the accessibility of these tools when compared to other outlets like therapy. And other participants, though, they weren't really keen on this idea. They actually thought of this as pretty exploitative practice that made them feel upset on behalf of others who may be using these tools this way. And Gina, how do you feel about this?
Honestly, after comparing a human response to an AI response, I realized how easy it is to confuse an AI tone with real empathy. If people started to use AI for emotional support to feel safe, that might stop them from going to an actual person and receiving the help they need. I think it's very tricky when a tech company designs tools that mean care but isn't capable of caring.
Yeah, and I think that care point is really, really important. So with all of this going on, 4 in 10 teens finding generative AI to be human-like, and the same amount claiming to talk about their feelings with a generative AI, we wanted to get an idea of how teens felt, how safe teens felt when using these tools. So 3 in 5 teens feel safe when using generative AI, and only 12% said they feel unsafe. And then we have this remaining 29% who are saying they feel neither safe nor unsafe. This was very interesting to us because that's a pretty high number in a neutral zone. So when we asked our reflection session participants, including Gina, about this stat, they told us that they aren't really considering safety when they're using these tools. To them, it's a tool in the toolbox, as I mentioned earlier, that helps them in certain areas of their lives. It's also been around for nearly 3 years, which to adults can maybe seem like the blink of an eye, but that's a long time for teens. And during that time, generative AI has become integrated into their lives in some way. It's not safe or unsafe, it just is. And Gina, do you want to speak to that sentiment a little bit?
I stand in the middle as well, only because there are many takeaways on both sides. For example, unsafe because if you log in, it actually saves your data, and the first thing that comes to my mind would be data leaks. Safe because most AI bots save the interactions to improve the future model, meaning our message to the AI might be stored to improve the model for future generations.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. So here's our last stat here. We asked teens if they thought they should be involved in the design of generative AI tools. Over half said yes, and only 17% said no. In the focus groups, when we asked about the involvement of young people, we got 2 types of answers. Some teens spoke about involvement from a trust and safety perspective, so shaping generative AI tools to be a more inclusive, safe space. But other teens were more interested in playing a role in the engineering or technology perspective, so providing guidance on updates or programming models, things like that. Gina, where do you stand here?
In my opinion, I feel like youth involvement is needed because we are the future just as much as AI. The world is constantly changing and technology is changing with it. If we aren't a part of the conversation, AI might not reflect the needs of the next generation.
Yeah, I just want to repeat something she just said there. We are the future just as much as AI. I think that should be something we all take away from today. So to wrap our findings section, I thought we would both just read out a quote from this list here. There's plenty of more quotes in the report itself, and they're all on the screen for you to read as well. But I will start by quoting a 16-year-old boy in one of our focus groups. My friend usually talks to me about he doesn't feel confident enough to talk to his teacher, so he just uses his AI and does work so he can get a grade and move on in life. And Gina, I'll turn it over to you.
My quote is from a 17-year-old girl. I feel like AI is a good way to double check your homework before you turn it in, especially in a world where we value our grades so much.
Perfect, thank you. So here's a quick look at our implications section. We don't have time to get into this today, but they're all in the back of the report, and we'll also be talking about them in our following panel as well. I want to end the session by turning it over to Gina to speak about what she thinks the implications are for her fellow teens.
Implications for teens. Make sure you double-check generative AI outputs to verify information. Remember the importance of a human connection. Collaborate with your parents, teachers, friends, and more to create the safest experience possible for yourself and your community. And always recognize that AI can't replace professional advice.
Thank you so much for that, Gina. So thank you all so much for your attention. I want to give a big thank you, especially to Gina, for joining me this morning. Can we give her another round of applause?
Thank you.
So now we're going to transition to our Expert React panel to talk more about the implications of this research. If you have any questions for Gina, she'll join us at the end of that panel for the Q&A. But without further ado, I'll turn it over to the moderator of our next panel, the amazing Amanda Lenhart.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome to the Researchers React panel. I'm Amanda Lenhart. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to just jump right in. I'm going to ask Sunny Liu and Anne-Sophie Serret to respond to the panel, and they're also going to introduce themselves as a part of their opening remarks. So we're going to start at the end with Anne-Sophie.
Hello, everyone. Anne-Sophie Serret. Thank you so much for having me. I'm the executive director of Everyone AI. It's a nonprofit based in California, even if I have a strong French accent. And our mission is to anticipate and educate about the risks and the opportunities of AI for 0 to 25 years old until the brain is fully developed. We are co-leading an international coalition called iRaise with 12 governments, big tech companies like Google, Anthropic, OpenAI, Microsoft, and 40 NGOs, including FOSI, of course, researchers both in AI and children development.
Okay, thanks, Sophie. My name is Sunny Liu. I'm Director of Research at Stanford Social Media Lab.
Great. And everybody knows Alana. So talk to me about your thoughts, your initial thoughts based on Alana and Gina's presentation just now.
Yeah, please. I would like to start with the use. I think we see that 50% of the use are at school. And I really want to highlight that AI is still here and it is not moving. So I encourage a lot schools to really integrate that idea that it will not move and to not focus too much on how to identify if the children cheat, because the real question is more about how to reinvent the future of education. The second point is about mental health, and I know we will talk more about that, but for me, this is a big highlight about how much they use AI for mental health. The third point is about what the teens see as a benefit. And I don't know if it's really beneficial to use AI for convenience and speed, because we know humans, we are very prime to save energy. And it was a very smart thing to do when we were in cavemen, and saving energy was very smart and a survival kit. But in the age of AI, saving energy, I hope it will not become more like a laziness, and we really don't want to offload cognitive skills.
Great, thanks. Sunny, your thoughts?
I agree with Anne-Sophia, but first, congratulations on Nala and FOSI for this amazing report. So actually, there are 3 points I want to share. First is, I think that for those older teens, many of them, AI has already become part of their everyday life. They use them for academics, for information, for social, for mental health, physical health. So it's already part of their lives. They have mixed feelings towards this tool. Actually, they use it both as a tool and as a companion. And the second point I want to make is AI actually is really powerful. And we can see that they go beyond all the previous technologies, not just as social media, but they can be academics and all different parts of it. So I think that all the adults sitting in this room and all the adults actually have the responsibility to get it right. So for us, really, we need to make sure those technologies are safe for children and for future generations. The last point is, I think that Gina showed us really that we should let youth lead the way. They can lead us to think about technology, to design it. For us, we can just be there and so they can be the pilot and we can be the co-pilot to design those technologies.
Amazing. Thank you. So, I also want to come back to you, Alana, and say, that I think building off of what Sunny's saying, one of the amazing things about this work is how integrated young people were into the process, right? Not just focus groups, but reflection sessions, really, truly embedding youth in this work, which is tremendous. And I just wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about things you heard in the focus groups that maybe you weren't able to present here that you thought were sort of important takeaways that maybe we should remember.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think the main takeaway that I hope shined through a little in the data in our presentation, but that was really clear to me and that Sunny just mentioned as well, is that teens have very complicated thoughts about generative AI. They're not using it and just blindly accepting it for what it is. They have their concerns, they know the benefits, they're thinking critically about what is good use for them and what is bad use for them and what they want to see change in the future. And I think that was something that really shone through. They're having very complicated thoughts, and I think sometimes in the media that can get really boiled down to teens are just blindly accepting this technology, and they're not. They're really thinking through this and using it when they think it's appropriate and trying to figure out what that appropriateness looks like as well.
Great. All right, we're going to go there. We're going to jump right in. We are going to talk about generative AI and companionship. There's some amazing data that you presented, Alana, that 42% of teens have spoken about their feelings to a chatbot. The same number of people say that it feels human. We also heard that 21% of the sample said that they had used it to talk about mental health. What do we think about this? Is this good? Is this bad? We heard a little bit from Gina and from you about the positive and negatives. Can we talk about, is it good for young people to have access to a digital therapist, an AI therapist? Are AI chatbots as companions beneficial for young people? Challenging for young people? Harmful? Where are we?
I can start. I don't know if I can answer the whole is it good or it's not as black and white as a yes or no, but I do think that we saw a few things throughout the focus groups as well. Using generative AI when they felt like they were going to be a burden, if they turned to a friend or a parent or a teacher or somebody else. That was a huge way of when they then decided to talk about their feelings with the generative AI instead. And also access. So when they felt like they couldn't access a therapist or something like that, they would turn to generative AI because it's there. It's there at all times, and up to a certain point, it's also completely free. So that was another reason why they were turning to that technology too. And I think sometimes when we're thinking about talking about feelings, maybe teens weren't seeing it as, oh, I'm like engaging in it for my mental health. they were more thinking, I'm venting to ChatGPT. That's something that's been like a viral trend on like TikTok and things like that. Like I just need somewhere to put my thoughts, and then it offers me this objective point of view, and I really appreciate that. And if I go to somebody who I know they don't have this objective point of view, they're gonna side with me because they're my friend and I sort of need the cold hard truth, but it also comforts me. So again, sort of these complicated thoughts, but that's how I was hearing why they're turning to these technologies.
Great. Sunny?
I totally agree. I think that so I'm fortunate to also see the data and also focus group data. I think those young people, they are really thoughtful. They try to really try to be nice, and so they don't add burdens to their friends and families. So if we don't think about technology, just think about humans in general. So we have these fundamental needs to share our feelings, to connect with other people. I think that's the same for young people, especially maybe more for those people in high schools, in colleges, going through all those transitions and all those different types of stress. For them, there's some fundamentally they need to share, but do we have space and resource for them? Do they have something available for them? So I think those are something I think humans and real life sometimes lack those kind of resource and circle protection or share space for, safe space for them. And research actually show that if they use large language models, they actually do feel better. I think that reflects in our focus group data and in the survey data. They do get benefits from using those large language models. So what we don't know is what the long-term impact of those disclosures and those relationships. If they use once or twice, they feel better. They feel that they can get more objective view. But what happens if they use for 6 months, a year, 2 years? And when do they start to use? And how do we know that when those curves will become healthy to unhealthy, safe to unsafe? Right. So those, I think that's some questions I have is really what's a long-term impact. Right. And how we can build something in the real world for them to disclose their feelings and feel better.
Right. And where does it go from being a helper to being a companion? Like right. what's that frame? Okay.
I couldn't agree more with the need of research. I think we don't know enough, but we still can use the research already available also to have some anticipation. But I agree, we need to dig into that a lot more. We have so much talked about AI companionship at Everyone AI. First, I would like to start with one benefit we can identify. Not in companionship, but in AI anthropomorphism, like when AI pretend or have some human cues, it's in education. We see that children have a better understanding, are more motivated in the context of education when AI simulates more how to be a human. So I would say, why not having an AI tutor? But then, in the context of buddy, friend, supporter, I really think the risks are much, much higher than the benefits. And we really have to have in mind that AI, when it pretends to be a human, it's really against some of the children's rights. So just to name a few, protection from manipulation and undue influence, so Article 5, 16, 17, 32, 36, but also freedom of thought, conscience, and belief, and just to name them, but a lot more are in stake when AI pretend to be a human. So really, the risks are super high, and children want that. Teens will want to talk with AI because it feels great, they will have a lot of dopamine, and so they will want more. But then the risk is that they will not have the oxytocin hormone, the love hormone, which is very important for well-being and also reducing stress. So this is really not what we need in this world, more dopamine and less oxytocin in the well-being stage of our teenagers. This is not what we need. So I think it's very important to balance the risk and the benefits. I live in Silicon Valley, and I hear so many pitches about the issue of loneliness and how AI companionship will resolve the loneliness. And I think it couldn't be so wrong. For me, it really feels like you are watching a sun on a screen, and you think you will have vitamin D. It doesn't work that way, right? Like, we are human, we have bodies, so just pretending that we are addressing the issue doesn't mean we are actually addressing it the right way. So if we have one rule, you were looking for what should we say to different stakeholders. I think if I have one today is to anticipate the risk of AI companionship. And we are launching a day, December 10th, about No AI Friend for children and teenagers. Their brain is still developing. They have to learn in this very important phase of development a lot of things, including social relation, including human relationship. And so this is very important that we can protect those windows of development during childhood and teenager. Yeah. So very strong. Thank you for that question. I think it's a very important discussion today.
Yeah, and I just want to add a quick follow-up, which is, I think one of the things that underpins some of the challenges, which we sort of touched on, is this idea of sycophancy, right? Like that AI chatbots, they love you. Everything you say is amazing. And what is that? I mean, do we have thoughts about what does that mean for child development? And if we take the sycophancy away, are we fixing the problem?
That's a great question. I would love to see if we take the sycophancy away, and I think that's a very good study and research we should do. Yeah. I think there's a big issue. We were seeing on the social media the echo chamber. Yeah. Now the echo chamber will not be just you and your friend, but you. And there's already a lot of psychosis case, right? Like that people are just in their mind and just reinforced by AI. So I see a lot of risk in that area too. But we need more research on that specific topic. And we're talking about that with AI companies. They anticipate and they identify that as an issue, and they know they have to work on it.
Yeah. So I think that there's actually experiment conducted, I think a couple of weeks ago. They put one AI model not be remove the sycophancy, and then found out that people don't like it because those AIs become mean. And I think that's it's really, I think what we don't know is what's a balance. We do know that when that sycophantic, they definitely have harms. But how to trick those balances, where are those balances, and for whom, and for how do we really set up those guidelines? We have really very limited understanding about that. So I do especially I think that and Sophie mentioned about for children and the development stage, development age is very different. I think that connection with other objects is not new. Teddy bears, a blanket, or even a tree, something that or it's like our phones. So we have those natural tendencies to actually have those. Maybe parasocial relationships, even with cartoon characters or movie stars. What's different, I think it's exactly because I think those, your teddy bear will not always praise you, and your parasocial characters will not always have those individual conversations. So there's lots of things we don't know about what terms are right for those interactions with AI, especially for children, and how should we think about it? Should we not even allow children under 10 to have those relationships, but how do we really set up those boundaries?
Yeah, and that's actually a really good point, right? I think it's important for us to all note that this research is with young people 15 to 18, right? So older adolescents. Right, and so some ways, some of the findings about parents are not that surprising, right? Because older teens are like, yeah, see ya, I'm good. But younger kids might have had a different response. And so I'm just curious, you've touched on it, Sunny, but how do we think this would be, both would this work be different if there had been younger children involved, but also how do we need to think about this perhaps differently for the youngest children as opposed to older adolescents?
I will also look at the windows of development. So there's a lot during childhood, but also during teenagehood. So I think the risk is very high as well, and maybe higher. Also, we don't want more technoference, so when the tech is between humans, but especially between parents and children. I have children myself. I totally see the benefits of a teddy bear that will sing a lullaby in the middle of the night, and that will have the little vibration that the baby will love, and the baby will fall asleep. But as humans, we need this type of connections. We need this oxytocin at 2 a.m. in the morning when you have your baby cry, because you are bonding and you are creating attachment in both ways, to the parents, to the child, but also the children to the parents. And when you have a teenager, it's very important that you woke up at 2 a.m. in the morning for having this attachment. So I think there's a lot that we will need to know. And I think we shouldn't afford to wait to have safeguards, because if we are doing it wrong for 0 to 25 years old, we will see the impact for a long time. And just 40% of the worldwide population is under 25 and have their brain still developing. So we really need to anticipate, especially when there is red flags, right? That the more red flags we have, the more conscious we should be. And this is especially a topic we should be conscious.
So I think that if the survey, so just my prediction, if I think the survey will conducted with younger kids, I think that they will less used for academics and more maybe for some other creativity and exploration. Also think that parents will play a higher role in their use. So they think they teach themselves, but I think for younger kids, I think parents and schools will have a more important role there. I do believe that, so it's really, we don't know much about AI, but we know a lot about children and what type of environment they thrive, what type of support is really good for their development stage. I do think that all the lessons we learned for decades of child development can be used to think about how we think about how to design AI and how to guide us to think about how we can give guidance about AI use and designs. I think that it's really now we put AI just into one bucket and seem everything fit, but Alexa is type of AI and all the different rules. So I would think about, we need to do two things. First is more think about engage with communities, parents and schools. And the second is really trying to unpack AI a little bit. What do we mean by AI companion? And what do we mean even by AI? And should we think about just at device level, app level, or it's at feature level? And what's something we should turn on, turn off for different state, for different kids.
Amazing.
Age.
That is, we're going to talk about that in a second. I want to put a pin out in the audience. We are going to have a little bit of time at the end for Q&A, so start thinking about your questions. So this actually comes right back to the question I want to talk about. You're talking about guidance and what we should potentially do. So who's responsible for teaching young people about this? So we hear in the data that parents are not really high on older adolescents lists of people they want to hear from. Maybe younger kids would want to hear from parents. But who should be doing this? Where should it happen? You know, should companies be engaged in this? Who should be the people who are teaching kids and teaching young people about sort of safety and basic use for generative AI?
So I think it should be a multi-actor action, and definitely shouldn't be only on the parents' shoulder. Parents need more pressure on them, and also because every child doesn't have the same parenting support, so it's not also equal to put everything on the parents' shoulder. When we talk about AI literacy, I would like to highlight the need of human literacy. Because when we know how we function, we can also have a better understanding of the risk and the opportunities. So for example, when you understand machine learning in the social media, and then you understand that the dopamine system and humans are craving for more dopamine, then you see the two loops that are feeding each other. And it's very important, like when we teach that to teens, they are like, wow, like they realize that it's not their fault, they are addicted to social media. And it's because there is an AI system, so not generative AI, but there is an AI system that are feeding them and that are learning from them. And so I think it's a very good way to take control of our use, is to understand both. I would like to end with the role of companies. Of course, companies have a role to teach, but also on the onboarding process, for example, but the most important is in the design of the product. Having a banner saying this is an AI product is seriously not enough. It's good for transparency, but it's not enough. We all forget that we're talking to a calculator. So I think it's important that in the response, the AI model is teaching the children. So for example, if a child say, can I be your friend? Saying I'm AI is not enough. He should say, I'm AI, I am not able to be a friend, and not saying I am not to be able to be a friend like human does, which means maybe I can be a friend in a new way, which is not fine for me, but like I am not able to be a friend, I don't have any emotions, I don't have any feelings, and I can answer your questions and give you information. So I think in every question that are not appropriate, AI should respond in a better way and teach on the process.
Yeah, totally agree. I think I love this human literacy. I want to understand how does that be. That's such an interesting concept. I also agree that it's a multi-stakeholder, all hands in the deck approach. I think AI is different than calculator. So we can ask schools to teach how to use calculator. But AI is a tool that's so complicated and can be used for so many purposes. I think that if we only rely on schools or any just parents, I don't think that's the best approach. If you think about AI literacy, usually they have 4 different components. First is knowledge, what is AI and how does that work? Second is actually skill, how to use it, how to prompt it, and how to ask those questions. And the third one is we call critical thinking. Is we want users and the teams to know that at what time they should use those tools, at what time they should not maybe use it, and instead ask humans that come to human literacies. And the last part is actually the most challenging part. It's called adaptivity. AI is not something you learned in 2nd grade and then you're good, like 1 + 1 = 2, you don't have to repeat. But all those tools are constant changing, outpacing our education systems. So it's really how to really teach adaptivity, and who can teach that? So I think those are, we need schools, parents, libraries, communities, tech platforms all work together to figure out how to put all those 4 pieces together: knowledge, skills, critical thinking, and adaptivities. And also trying to be a way that don't really add burden. Teachers are so hard now. They're overworked. They have so much limited time in the classroom to really deliver all the things they have to deliver. So I think that rely on schools, it's really add additional burden to teachers and Sophie too. I think parenting is so hard. Digital parenting is even worse. I know all the knowledge about screens, but each day at home, I shout at my 2 kids all the time. So it's really, it's fundamentally those extremely challenging works. I'm not sure, okay, so now parents, here's a book about AI literacy. Now each day spend 20 minutes for kids so they know how to use AI. I don't think that's the best approach. So I think it's really meet where those kids are, maybe at school, maybe at home, maybe at the library, and maybe it's at their boy and girls club, or maybe it's sports teams, or it's like tech platforms when they first start to use those tools. I think combine all those bits together, we can hopefully get all those parts right for children.
Yeah, I completely agree with Sunny. I think we heard a lot in the focus groups about teens thinking their teachers were a good fit because they were seeing these tools as mainly educational. But as you said, teachers are completely overworked and they would have to first be educated on generative AI and then pass on that education. So that will, of course, take a little bit as well. And then the other thing we saw is a lot of reliance on themselves and a lot of reliance on their peers. Like we heard from, oh, I talked to my sibling about how we use this technology. I talked to my friends. My friend showed it to me and told me how to use it, and then I started experimenting. So when we talk about meeting teens where they are, I think they're talking amongst themselves and learning themselves by experimenting and maybe also looking up videos on YouTube, accessing other parts of the internet to learn about generative AI. So I think they're kind of building their own community trying to learn, and I think it's important to keep that in mind as well.
And I also, just to hop in here, I think also there's an attitude of play amongst young people, right? They're playing, have in some ways more time to play and experiment and explore, whereas older adults, in the parent role, may just have so many other responsibilities that taking on this new technology that maybe you don't really have time for, maybe you don't feel particularly technologically facile, or you have concerns about the AI, you've heard bad things about it in the media. So I think we have to find ways to bring parents in and try to make it fun. And so obviously the more you can do it collectively and connectively together, I think also can be a really powerful way to try to bring parents along. But I want to give parents a break here too. Like, it's hard, it's a lot. Keeping up with adolescents in particular is a challenge. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about regulation. Where are we? Are we doing any of it? What should we do?
I would say that regulation is starting, and unfortunately, regulation takes time, which is important, right? You want to do it right, but then at the path of AI, and especially at the path of youth using AI, there's a big split on reality. Like we need a lot more. I just want to mention one of the top AI regulators is Europe, but the AI-EU Act doesn't mention once the word children. Just in the Article 5, they mention vulnerable people, which also include elderly people. So, and I don't know how if you know how AI-EU Act is done, and it's based on risk, on assessment risk, which is actually a very good approach, because then you can prioritize what is more risky. But everything that is high risk for adults will end up to be unacceptable risk for children. So it's very important to give this framework to companies, because we don't want millions of dollars being invested in the wrong product. We want to have AI for good, and we want to benefit the AI. So I would like to mention California is leading the way. They have very, very good conversation, and I think in transparency, in AI companionship. So they are really advancing the conversation. I hope they can move and continue their amazing work. I really think that in the age of AI, it would be very important to move from a reactive approach to a proactive approach. If I can just oversimplify how regulation is developed today. So usually millions are invested in product and R&D, and then by investors and company. And then millions are invested in marketing, because you want to be the first on the market to take the market share. Normal. But then, sometimes there is harms and victims. And only then, regulators are working on the topic. And they are weighting harms and victims. They are asking for concrete case, which in our case is harms and victims. Yeah. So we should find another way to work on regulation. We don't want the full teenage population being even worse in terms of mental health. Yeah. So having a proactive approach, when we actually have red flags in the beginning, just having conscious that we should be precautious. And maybe when there's too many red flags highlighted by research and that companies agree on, maybe we should just take a step back and wait for the research to show when it's beneficial, by who, in which context, instead of the opposite. Because if we have companies investing millions of dollars, then it's normal that it's hard to regulate, because they want to protect their business. And we can see with social media how hard it is to regulate. So we really have to be more proactive.
Yeah. Very good. Okay, so let's step back and just put on our hat. And let's talk to people who are making tools, who are making the things that we're all talking about here. You could be talking to people who are designing the products, who are designing interfaces. We could be talking to people who are designing AI literacy curricula or programs. What do we want to tell them? What do we want to see the people who are making these products and who are making AI literacy tools for us? What do we want them to know based on this research, broader research? What do we think we should be doing? Like what's next? What do we want to see in these new tools?
I think safety is not enough. AI is very powerful, so we really need to have beneficial AI for children. If there is an AI tool or an AI use that is not beneficial, we should just don't use it, because maybe it will replace other activities, sports, friendship, in real life activities. So it really has to be beneficial. And I think companies shouldn't have teens deeply engaged, and especially emotionally engaged. Yeah. We shouldn't have emotional reliance on AI, or we will have a big impact. And I think companies are very in charge of the design. They really have to work on the design. And a lot of companies are like, oh, what should we say if the children have very wrong intention, right, or harmful content. But I think we shouldn't wait that time. Like, we are not talking to our mental health issue or feelings to a calculator or to our bank accounting, right? So because there's not this relationship that have been nurtured. So we really need to, before that, we shouldn't just allow a deep relationship and emotional reliance since the beginning. When the wrong question pop up, I will say it's too late. Of course, they have to figure out how to respond in the right way for children's safety, but when the question comes, it's already too late. They should have designed the product much earlier to avoid this emotional reliance.
I would say involve young people. We just had a fantastic young person on the stage. There are plenty of young people involved in this research who helped me with the design and the interpretation in ways that I, as an adult, would not have understood. And I think if you are bringing a product to market that's talking about or engaging young people, you have an obligation to speak to the young people themselves. That would be my takeaway.
Yeah, I think that I would hope that the designs can be future-proof, so that so no matter how technology changes, fundamentally those designs are good for kids and can help our kids thrive. We don't know much about AI, but we know a lot about children development. Fundamentally, they need, I think, that circle of care so people can protect them. Or they also need agency, they all need autonomy, they need sense of belonging. If the tools can really achieve that, I think that would be wonderful.
That's amazing. All right, we are going to go to our last question, and then we're going to go to your questions. So get ready. So our last question is sort of where are we headed? You know, what we've talked a little bit about sort of what we think we should do. What do we think is next? What do we see both either in the tech itself or in regulation or in sort of how schools and parents and families are thinking about this? What's next? We can maybe start with Alana and we'll end.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think we're so early on that it can be hard to tell as we're all trying to figure out these tools at the same time. I'll say something in the report that didn't make it into the presentation is that we found that most older teens, of course, as we surveyed, are only using generative AI for 1 or 2 use purposes. I think we found 3 and 5 teens fall into that category. So there isn't quite yet this broad expanse of using generative AI for everything, but that could come in the future. We also found that a lot of teens are seeing ads for things like chatbots, so they're definitely getting some targeted advertising. So perhaps that will lead to more use in the future, and I think we have to prepare for that and make sure that they are safe.
Right. So I think that, I think you might guess my answer is really more research. Specifically, I think that we need more research about a couple of topics. First, I think we don't talk about today, but I think that's when new AI agents comes. Many of those current, our thinkings about, for example, screen time, all those things might not even apply for AI agents. So I would think about those new technologies coming. The second, I think that I mentioned a little bit is about long-term impact, how we can really measure that for different age groups. And lastly, I think I'm really intrigued is about related, we talk a lot about parents. In other digital media, we have those parental moderation ways. You either set up their screen limits or different ways. Are there still, will they still work? In what way? So I think that's really, I would love to see more research about new tools like AI agents and longitudinal studies, but all is, do we have some evidence how to really support parents or even schools, how can they teach AI literacy, in what classroom, for how long?
This is why we love working with you. I'm totally up for more research. And by waiting for the research, we also should use the research already available. As you said, like we know a lot about humans and children development, so we need to use that science already available. And my advice to end is like multi-stakeholder approach. We have to bring together companies and researchers, both in AI and children development. NGOs are doing amazing work and publication. We have to bring the youth voice, of course, inside the conversation, and governments. I think having this multi-stakeholder approach really help to be on a voluntary basis doing it right. We shouldn't wait for regulation, even if regulation should come faster, but we shouldn't wait for regulation. And we know a lot, and we are really able to anticipate if we do it together. And we have to have companies together too. Like, we don't want that the companies we're doing the right things who want to protect children are the one losing market share. So we need to put companies together because children's safety should be first.
All right, I think Gina's going to join us back on stage for the Q&A, and we're going to take 1 or 2 questions. So if you have a question, raise your hand and we'll send a mic to you. I see someone all the way in the back, and please just introduce yourself when you ask your question, please. All the way in the back, is there a mic runner?
Hi, thank you so much. Laura Chapman-Rubo with the Walt Disney Company. I'm reflecting upon the output that teens are teaching each other about AI, and I'm thinking a little bit about teens are also following social media influencers. And I'm wondering about the extent to which either social media influencers are talking about these issues or could be engaged to talk about these issues, because kids are, clearly learning themselves, they're clearly talking to each other, and they're clearly following a lot of people online. And so I'm wondering, how do we engage that community to be, kind of educators for kids about safety with AI?
Yeah, I think that's a really good suggestion. I am not sure how much influencers are currently engaging in these issues, but I think that would be a great idea. My favorite influencer, Andrew the Policy Guy, is here today, and perhaps we should start a series to start talking about these issues. But I think that's a great instance of meeting kids where they are. And we did hear from a few focus group participants talking about, I looked this up on YouTube. So I don't know if it was more of just like a screen recording or if they were going to influencers in this space, but I think they probably are to an extent.
And Gina, I'm curious from your perspective, do you feel like young people are using influencers to learn about AI and things like that? Would that be effective as a way to reach young people?
In my opinion, it's a yes and a no, only because as humans ourselves, we are always dependent on anything. Even if you think you're independent, you're depending on something. Mm-hmm. So with an influencer telling me not to use AI, I don't think that's something you can stop, really. AI will now, since it has gotten introduced to the world, no one's going to stop using it.
I will say that we really need to change the algorithm of social media if we want them to push educational content. I don't see how an influencer will win followers if they talk about education and AI literacy, unless they put some makeup and do other things. So I wish it would be a great idea. Let's put more algorithm on pushing this educational content.
Yeah, and most of influencers today, they use AI like prompts to generate their videos. Yeah. And for example, I don't know if you guys saw those AI slime things. It's with the fire slime, lava slime, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's actually a really good point too, is that, AI influencers are also, I wonder how much they think about it as they try to exist in a space with increasing AI content in those feeds, in those spaces where they're trying to rise up as a sort of a human in the AI, in a world of AI content /slop, how hard that might be for them. I don't think we have enough time for one more question, so I'm going to say thank you all so much. Let's give these folks a wonderful round of applause for all their insights today. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much for a brilliant, brilliant discussion, which I think will set us up nicely for the rest of the day. Alana Powers, people, everyone. Sorry, Alana Powers O'Brien. I stand corrected. So now we have a very special guest with us today. Andrew Ferguson is chairman of the Federal Trade Commission. He most recently served as Solicitor General of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And prior to that, he served as chief counsel to Senator Mitch McConnell and as a Republican counsel on the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee. He also practiced law at several Washington, D.C. law firms. And sitting down with the chairman is Cecilia Kang, who is an award-winning technology correspondent at the New York Times with an expertise in the intersection of technology and public policy. Cecilia has over 20 years of experience in journalism covering U.S. and international technology, economics, and business news, including 7 years at the Washington Post. So please welcome Chairman Ferguson and Cecilia Kang.
Well, hello, Chairman.
Morning.
Welcome, good morning. And quite an audience here. I'm sure they're very eager to hear from you. So I'll get right into it. After that presentation, I think we should just go right into AI and chatbots. And at the FTC in September, you launched an inquiry into AI chatbots. Can you talk a little bit about generally how you're approaching AI, newish technology, a lot of the same issues that we've seen around children and safety and teenagers and safety? How are you thinking about AI and chatbots, and what do you hope to achieve from this study?
Well, thanks for having me. I'm really happy to be here. So I'll talk about this a little. I want to resist slightly. There are a lot of the same issues with AI that we have with other technologies, but this technology is unique in one important way. So as the internet sort of began flourishing, the internet basically made it possible to do more quickly and more efficiently things we were already doing. It made commerce more quick and efficient, made communication more quick and efficient. AI is different. You couldn't have necessarily predicted the direction in which the internet was going to go, but it was taking things human beings were already doing and just basically eliminating a lot of transaction costs and searching costs. AI is different. The people creating it don't know really what it is. They're often surprised by their own work on it. They don't know which direction it's going, and neither do we. And as a regulator and law enforcer, if you don't know the direction in which a technology is going, my instinct, I think this is one of the ideological questions that voters will get to decide in upcoming elections is, in the face of new technology, do we want sort of regulatory ambition or regulatory humility? And my view is, in order to let the technology develop, and in order to make sure that the United States stays at the forefront of the development of this technology, and that the innovation doesn't shift somewhere else, particularly to an adversary, we need a touch of regulatory humility. And you can sort of look out over the globe and see how different polities are handling the same question. Europe has decided, we want comprehensive regulation sort of at the nascency of the technology. I think that's a terrible mistake. And I think generally the United States' view is what its view has been for a couple centuries with new technology, which is we're a country of pioneers, we're a country of innovators, we're a country of risk takers. And that's why we've been sort of the engine of innovation and development for the whole world since the late 18th century. But in order to keep that, the regulators need to take a somewhat, a hands-off approach, step back and say, the developers don't know where this is going or what it is. We don't know where it's going or what it is. If we sort of come up with a scheme of regulation aimed at something today, by tomorrow it will have lapped us already. Now, I think that that's sort of the default approach, but we also don't want to sort of create a system where the trade-off for innovation is children, where that ends up being sort of the grist for the innovation mill. And so, at the FTC, I've got, a couple powers, the ones you read about in the newspaper all the time. I can sue people if they're breaking the law, and I have the power in some limited circumstances to issue regulations. The third power that is not talked about as much, but when Congress created my agency, they understood to be just as important as sort of the direct law enforcement power, is this 6B power that you mentioned under 6B of the statute, which gives me the power effectively, I'm going to reduce it to layman's terms a little, but effectively to issue subpoenas to businesses to require them to turn over information of the type they would turn over in a law enforcement investigation, but not for the purposes of me bringing a law enforcement action, for the purpose of me writing a study, releasing that study to the public, to Congress, and allowing that study to inform policy choices that Congress is going to make, or that the states are going to make, or that other parts of the federal government are going to make, including the FTC when it decides whether and how to enforce our very generally worded statute, Section 5 of the FTC Act, in this new context. So the 6B study we issued a couple months ago went to basically most of the major AI chatbot developers and said, we want data from you, not just data, we want documents on how your chatbots are affecting children. What research do you have on it? What safeguards do you have in place? How do you understand children to be interacting with these? What effects do you understand them to be having on children? And are you like doing anything about the data you are collecting on children? And that is sort of consistent with, I think, President Trump's general approach to AI, which is embodied in the American AI Action Plan, which is we want to win the AI race against our adversaries. America's sort of competitive advantage is a hospitable regulatory climate. We want to foster that hospitable regulatory climate, but we have to continue protecting American families and especially children from the development of this technology. So the point of the study is to figure out what is in fact going on in this rapidly developing technological landscape. And then once we understand that, that can inform both regulatory and policy-making choices and inform how we at the FTC understand enforcement of our very generally worded Section 5 statute to protect children and families. So, you know, I think the 6B is sort of the perfect approach here, which is understand before enforcement. I think blindly racing into regulation or enforcement is very likely to have second-order effects that we will regret. But proceeding with enforcement once we have a good understanding of how this works, and also giving Congress and the states an opportunity to see how it's working as they are making their own regulatory and policy choices, I think is the best way to proceed.
So I'm reminded with the last 6B study that I watched the agency pursue was related to antitrust and tech companies. And that did lead to several lawsuits at the DOJ and the FTC. So it was clear after that study that there was not only legal authority, but there was action taken. So talk about your legal authority, actually, when it comes to kids, from what you see so far. If you can tell us a little bit about what you found so far in your 6B, that would be terrific too. But generally, like, what is your authority when it comes to, when you see generative AI chatbots and Section 5, what are the limits and potential gaps you see so far?
We're two things on the 6B study. We're very early. The data is only just sort of starting to arrive since we just issued the orders. And generally, as is always true when the federal government issues non-criminal compulsory process, you ask for a lot, and then there's a series of negotiations where the company says, what exactly are you looking for? Because we know what we have and you don't, and so we're working through that. We also don't release any of the information we get except in the written reports. So I don't know exactly when that will be. We tried to make the study, you know, broad enough to get at what we care about, but limited it enough so that companies can turn over stuff relatively quickly without us having, for example, going to court to enforce the 6B orders so that we can get the study out there. In terms of our legal authority, I'm going to divide it into basically two buckets. The first is privacy. I mean, you know, the whole internet is sort of built on this exchange between us and companies on the internet, where we normally, for a lot of the services we use, we don't pay dollars for their use. We instead hand over a lot of private information about ourselves. That sort of happens in the background. You don't really know that you're doing it. Consumers have gotten more sophisticated about this in the last 10 years, but generally this exchange is happening so in the background that even a consumer aware of it is not aware in the particular moment that every click, every keystroke is providing data about the user to the internet company. But that's sort of how the internet economy is built. You know, we're not, I'm a DuckDuckGo guy, but if you're using Google, for example, you're not laying down your credit card in order to do a search, but you are turning over troves of data to Google every time you conduct a search so that they can monetize that through advertising. And so Congress, you know, we do not have a general federal privacy law that's been the subject of political dispute now for a long time. But we do, dating back to 1998, have a privacy law aimed at protecting children, the Child Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPPA. And the FTC has promulgated a rule, which it has updated from time to time, including just this year, aimed at protecting children 13 and under online. So that's the first one. We've already brought a bunch of COPPA actions since I became chairman. One of the first things I told the staff in January when the president appointed me to the chairmanship was bring me COPPA cases, as many COPPA cases as you can find. yes, there are inadequacies in COPPA. It was a law written in 1998. It's 2025. There are definitely inadequacies. But we ought to push this thing to its absolute limit and protect as many children in as many ways as we possibly can. We are right now looking at additional amendments to the COPPA rule that we just updated in 2025. So this is one of our highest priorities. So that's sort of the privacy bucket on the children's side. Right. The FTC has, over the course of the last 20-ish years, depending on which one you consider our first one, developed what experts call the common law of privacy. There have been dozens of cases that the FTC has brought under Section 5 about data security, actual privacy, like the hoovering up of data by companies from consumers. We almost never litigate these. We actually have only really ever litigated one, and we're litigating it right now. It's called FTC against Kachava in the District of Idaho. Most of these have been consent decrees, and through these consent decrees, the FTC has sort of established what it understands Section 5's privacy rules to be. And for those who are not familiar, Section 5 is an incredibly generally worded statute for purposes of the area we're talking about right now. The prohibition that Congress added to the FTC Act in 1935, that's how old this is, prohibits unfair or deceptive acts and practices. That's it. That's what we're working with. A 1935 law that has those 9 words. And so a lot of our work has been in deception. In other words, internet companies make representations to consumers that they're going to protect their data a certain way, they're going to use their data a certain way, they're only going to collect certain types of data. The FTC learns that that's not true. That's relatively straightforward. The trickier one is unfairness. As a very famous judge in New York once said, unfairness is in the eye of the beholder. And so the FTC has sort of tried to figure out what the bounds of unfairness are when you're collecting people's data. But that's sort of the buckets of our privacy authority.
Let me put a pin on this this thought of deception. I was so interested in the study that we just heard about, where one of the panelists talked about how 42% of teenagers believe they're talking to a human when they're talking to a chatbot. And I'm following a lot of these cases in California on social media and really basically like faulty products, deception around algorithms and addiction and feeding. And I see them kind of in the same sort of bucket, if you will, or at least click to me. What are your thoughts on when it comes to the design of a product, when it comes to how children are perceiving the technology they're encountering, such as chatbots? When I talk about design, I'm talking about social media, and a role for the FTC as this litigation goes forward in these cases.
Yeah, so this is sort of the ongoing debate being had on both sides of the Atlantic is, do we care mostly about policing sort of representations that a company makes to a consumer, both like affirmative representations about a product, but also sort of the sotto voce ones where there's like a known understanding between the consumer and the business about what the product is. And is that known understanding an honest one? Traditionally in the American legal system, you're only sort of liable for things you affirmatively represent to someone else. You may have heard the phrase, if you've ever bought a home, caveat emptor, buyer beware. The only thing that you are ever required to warrant is that what you've told the person is the truth. But when Congress passed the provision of the FTC Act we're talking today, one of the things they said was that they wanted to relieve the American people from the onerousness of caveat emptor. And so generally Section 5 applies both to things you affirmatively warrant, but also to things you should have told someone. If a reasonable consumer would have expected to have been told about something, failure to tell them violates the FTC Act, even if it wouldn't have violated sort of the general American common law principles that we had before 1935. So one of the things we look at in all sorts of cases, including our privacy cases, is not just what did you tell a consumer, but what did a reasonable consumer expect from the transaction when they entered into it? And if you, the business, were not acting consistently with a reasonable consumer expectation, did you tell them that you weren't going to? And if you didn't, that is potentially a problem. Now, it is harder for the reason I just said, which is it's inconsistent with sort of the long tradition of Anglo-American law to prove an omission case than a commission case. In other words, it's much easier to prove that someone said something to a consumer and was not telling the truth than they should have said something to the consumer and did not, because you first have to have an understanding about what a reasonable consumer really would have cared about entering transaction. And this is actually one of the trickiest things in privacy is study after study after study, including very recently, have revealed that even when consumers are aware that their data are being hoovered up at an incredible rate, it wouldn't change the way that they're behaving with internet companies. And you can see this in particular where there are companies that will provide services identical to the free services being provided by major internet platforms for very small fees. And they have a hard time competing with the big guys because consumers, at least to date, they are more privacy conscious and they've priced their privacy higher than they did 10 years ago, but still not to the extent that, for example, I do. I'm like an idiosyncratic consumer. I'm Proton everything, DuckDuckGo. But the average consumer doesn't feel that way at all. And study after study revealed that even when they're told, they wouldn't probably change their behavior. And so trying to figure out what is material to that consumer is difficult. And that's true in the chatbot space as well. But chatbots are interesting because the promise of AI as it's delivered to the American people is cures for dementia, cures for cancer, the next generation of American weapons that will assure dominance in the Pacific Basin against our rising rivalry with China. That this is the thing that pushes us past the horizons as we currently see it. But it sure seems that an incredible amount of this capital is being invested in these chatbots.
Yes.
And the chatbots primarily are another mechanism for hoovering up data. So I remain optimistic that the grand investments into sort of the horizon shifting technologies are happening, they're coming, but a lot of the emphasis seems to be on chatbots, which is why our first major sort of policy regulatory foray into the AI space has been on chatbots. With one exception. We have brought enforcement actions against AI companies that have made false representations about what their product can do. So you will find, if you Google, I want an AI for fill in the blank, almost anything human beings do, there are companies that will purport to provide an AI thing that will help you do whatever you want to do purportedly better than you can do it now. We have found that not infrequently, the representations those companies are making are wildly inaccurate. And we have brought lawsuits against AI companies and have consent decrees against some of these companies where we just said, you said your product could do this and it was a categorical lie. You can't say that anymore. So we've done a fair amount of enforcing in that front, but that's treating AI like every other technology. If you say you have a pencil that can write in multiple colors and it can't, that's an FTC Act violation.
We will have time for one question, and I know this time is just breezing by really fast, but I have to follow up on this. Oh gosh, I have like 20 questions. When you think about, you've been a real critic of the power of the biggest technology companies, and many of those companies are poised to be the most powerful companies in AI. How are you thinking about competition in this space as it intersects with what we're talking about today?
Yeah, that's a good question. Two things on that front. First, I think one of the promises of AI, which I think is even more true today after the revelation that DeepSeek DeepSeek overstated how easily it trained its LLM, but now that we realize you don't necessarily need 1 billion GPUs and $10 billion to train an LLM, one of the promises of AI is that startups can challenge the big tech incumbents for the first time in quite a while if you can build an LLM that does very well. I think AI has a fair amount of competitive promise because it's an injection of a new technology into an ecosystem that had come to be dominated by a handful of very large companies that were sort of doing the same thing for a long time. So in terms of making sure that we realize the benefits of that competitive promise, I think I have two things in mind. The first is the inputs for AI, sort of the physical inputs, electricity, physical technology like GPUs, the inputs for GPUs, testing for chips. We just had a giant settlement in a multi-billion-dollar merger for a company that helps people train or helps people test chip-based technology, which is a super important input into AI, is making sure that those markets remain very competitive, because what we don't want are like competitive bottlenecks where one or two companies comes to develop a monopoly in some important input and can raise the cost of everyone else who's creating AI technology, which consumers will pay for in one way or the other. And I think the second is, we don't want companies illegally creating some monopoly or using AI to entrench an existing monopoly. Obviously, a lot of these AI firms need computing, and the computing power is possessed by the big technology companies. It just is what it is. The hyperscalers have the technology that they need. But I will say I'm optimistic about how rapidly the technology changed. Just like 2 years ago, I heard lots of complaints from startup companies about hyperscalers, and that they would get locked into these contracts with hyperscalers that were very sticky. It was very hard either to leave one hyperscaler and go to another. It was very hard to house your data across multiple hyperscalers. Well, now there's a bunch of technology that allows you to house your data across different hyperscalers and just tap into it as you need it. It didn't exist a couple years ago. And the contracts changed because the hyperscalers got so competitive on price that now these same companies were telling me, actually, this was a problem, it is not a problem. It got technology, new competitive pressure. We now are able to sort of like play each hyperscaler off each other. We're able to move quicker. And it's sort of like the AOL phenomenon where, in the 90s, everyone was very animated about a potential AOL monopoly, and AOL is no longer, literally doesn't exist. And so, we are very vigilant about inputs into AI. We're very vigilant about making sure that the big tech companies don't use AI to entrench their monopoly. But I also think it's important that we don't just go charging ahead.
Watch, be patient.
This technology changes so quickly. And I've talked with even my foreign counterparts about this. And they also have learned, hey, if we intervene at point X, we will be at point Y so quickly that by the time our intervention is concluded, it won't matter anymore. So be watchful, be vigilant, but choose your spots carefully.
Thank you, Chairman. That's a jam-packed answer. I don't even know if we have time for. Do we have we do not have time for a question for the audience. So sorry, I hogged the mic. Thank you so much, Chairman, for your time, and you are very informative.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I promise we will be coming to you for questions at the next panel, so we will make sure to keep the thought processes going. As my colleagues change the set up here, I've had a couple of questions. Yes, the videos from today's plenary sessions will be posted up on our YouTube channel in the next day or so. And things like my remarks are already up on LinkedIn. We'll be posting a lot of stuff in all of our usual social platform places. So just wanted to let you know that. So now it's my pleasure to introduce our next conversation. We're going to switch gears a little bit from public policy to education, and also look at empowerment and enforcement. And to moderate this discussion, I'm very pleased to introduce Andrew Zach, FOSI's policy manager, and he will then welcome the panel. Please welcome Andrew Zach.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Stephen. And this is the last session of the morning tranche here before the break is coming up next. So we will not keep you from that, and we will get right to it. I am joined on stage by some excellent different stakeholder perspectives here today to address this. And so we'll just do brief introductions. And as part of that, if you could expand on your personal and specific role in online safety.
Sure. Thank you, Andrew, and good morning, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Boucher, and I serve as the Global Head of Platform Safety at Snap, the company behind Snapchat. And my role is really largely externally facing. So I go out and talk to policymakers, lawmakers, NGOs, academics, researchers, and take what's happening across the online safety and the digital landscape back to the company to help inform our policies, to challenge and work with our product, and also educational initiatives as well.
Great.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, everybody. I'm Mike Prado. I'm a Deputy Assistant Director with Homeland Security Investigations, which is the investigative arm of DHS. In that role, I serve for the past close to 3 years now as the Director of the DHS Cybercrime Center out in Fairfax, Virginia, just down the road. At the DHS Cybercrime Center, we're responsible for leading global and transnational investigations, primarily focused on online child sexual exploitation and abuse, but also other types of cyber-enabled and cyber-dependent crime. Leading a workforce involved in that space of about 450 forensic examiners strategically deployed worldwide. We have 7,000 special agents globally, and a very robust victim identification program and child exploitation investigations unit housed at the Cybercrime Center.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Melissa Strobel. I am the Vice President of Research and Strategic Impact at a nonprofit called Thorn. At Thorn, we focus really on transforming how kids are being protected from child sexual exploitation in the digital age. So what that looks like is it is building technology and deploying it for platforms so that they're able to detect and report child sexual exploitation at scale. Also making sure that law enforcement has the best technology possible to accelerate victim identification, and also focusing on research, really making sure that the products we build, the strategies that we deploy, both as an organization and as an ecosystem, are grounded in the data, understanding what the current issue is, as well as how technology coming down the pipeline is going to change that landscape, both for the better at times, as well as sometimes introducing new vulnerabilities. So that's our job.
Excellent, thank you. And I know some of you had alluded to it a little bit, but how your work is reliant on these partnerships, on these exchanges between, other stakeholders in the larger online safety ecosystem. So if you want to expand on why that is important or how your work does involve the whole ecosystem or different stakeholders, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that we see is that there's really no one lever that we can pull, right? It is very much dependent on the collaboration, ranging from policymakers to investigators to the platforms that are building and maintaining these systems, as well as to the kids using it and the communities themselves, for us to understand what these risks look like, how they're going to manifest, make sure that we are building as safely as possible out the gate, and putting in place the mechanisms that if something scary happens, if something risky happens, the systems are in place to respond, to support that young person, to cut off access, to investigate, and really to navigate through to that.
Thanks.
Yep, from a DHS perspective, and specifically at the Cybercrime Center, within that ecosystem, our mission posture is 100% collaborative. We could not be successful as a law enforcement agency without the relationships that we've cultivated with many of you in this room, certainly to my left and to my right here, the partnerships that exist there. The partnerships that exist, particularly in the global law enforcement space, are absolutely essential as well. These type of investigations take our case agents around the world. The exploitive images obviously travel in milliseconds across multiple borders, so we have to have those relationships solidified. And it's the private sector and the NGO community, however, where we rely most on being successful at our investigations. So again, collaboration for us is not just a necessity, it's the way that we do business, or else we would not be able to do the business that we do. I will say, by the time we get involved, the damage has been done, unfortunately. The harm has already been caused. So what we're trying to do is be much more proactive in our collaboration with the private sector and NGOs to try to prevent this type of activity before it takes place.
Plus one to all of that, and I'm a firm believer in cross-sector and cross-industry collaboration. These are novel and nuanced issues that we are dealing with every day, and there's no one organization or entity or group that can solve them on their own, so we have to work together. We collaborate with law enforcement, we support their investigations, we work with NGOs, we developed education and awareness raising initiatives. Even when it comes to our products and services and what have you, we're also talking to parents, we're talking to educators, school officials. Everyone has a role to play. We've said this for many, many years, that it really is a joint responsibility and it needs to be shared. Everyone's got a role to play.
Thank you. There's so much possible follow-up. So I think we'll start with Jacqueline. If you mentioned education and parents and engaging directly, I know we've been familiar with the KEYS program, and so we'd love to ask you about that, and if you could explain what it is and how it came about.
Sure, thanks, Andrew. This is an interactive online safety learning program that we recently launched at the back-to-school timeframe here in the US for teens specifically and their parents. And I thank Andrew at FOSI and I thank Melissa at Thorn. They were some of our partners in reviewing this material, counseling us on what should be included. I think we've heard a lot about education awareness raising programs. I've been in this space for a long time. I think it starts there, always. But what makes this program unique is that it confronts head-on those challenges that teens might face that are some of the most serious and egregious out there today. So here we're talking about nudes and intimate imagery, sexual extortion, illicit drug activity, and cyberbullying and harassment. So the course is basically two parts. The first one is all about those issues and diving into them from what I would call a 360-degree perspective. We're telling the teens what it is, what they can do, some of the telltale signs to recognize some of these issues. And then in the second half, we go into those tools and resources and features and functionality in the Snapchat app so that they know how to address these issues if they come up. It's available at thekeys.snapchat.com, and I really welcome everyone to participate and have a look. It takes about 45 minutes to complete the course. You don't have to do it all at once. So know that up front you're going to have to actually register so that we can track your progress. If you don't want to go through it all at once, you might want to do one module and then go back to it. I honestly believe that there's something in there for everyone. There might be some piece of data, a statistic, a tip, or a trick that you might not have thought of. So please have a look, give us feedback. And just one final point, Andrew, on the keys is it was really designed around drivers' education. So we know that when teens in the United States, for generations, when they're learning to drive, they have their in-class instruction, and then they have that behind-the-wheel component. So this really pulls this together in that sense broadly with interactive videos, with scenarios, realistic scenarios that they can work through, and then also some like knowledge check questions. And we named it the keys because just like the keys to the car kind of fire up that engine, we really want to ignite critical thinking in teens because I think so much boils down to critical thinking, building resilience, giving them that sense of autonomy that they can really tackle these issues when they come up.
And to be clear, you said there's a part that maybe applies to Snapchat specifically, but generally the program is more broad.
Exactly, because these risks can take place on any platform, any service, any device. So we're really addressing the issue first and then specific to Snapchat. But you do not have to be a Snapchat user to take the course. As I said, I think everyone can really benefit from it.
Thank you, and you acknowledged it was great to work on that and consult, and thank you for taking our feedback. And I know Melissa as well was involved in this. I wasn't sure if you wanted to elaborate any more about the keys or your focus on it.
Yeah, one of the things that we were so excited to see in this is the pairing of the general education, awareness raising with also tactical action steps that can take place. To Jacqueline's point, this is happening across all surfaces on the internet. And it's vital that we are raising awareness because young people, they are out there, they are exploring, and yes, we need to do everything possible to reduce the likelihood of them encountering some of these situations. And at the same time, we need to be having candid conversations about what it could look like if they or one of their friends does encounter one of those situations. Another thing that really stood out was that the conversation isn't based in this idea of, well, why did you do that thing? You shouldn't have done that in the first place, which we've heard from a lot of young people is a very big concern for them, that if they do encounter one of these situations, if they are being threatened with explicit images that appear to be of them because either they did make a decision to share or maybe because somebody's created a deep fake of them, they're concerned that the reaction is going to be, why'd you do that in the first place? Which that's just creating another source of friction, another wall for them to overcome to get support. And a lot of the conversation in here was, look, whether you've encountered this or not, You or your friends may be exposed to this topic at some point in time, so let's just talk about it. Let's have a candid conversation, and let's think about what steps you take next in that moment where you might be afraid, you might be feeling shame, you might be feeling a number of things. Here's what you can do next. And that opportunity to take action is really important for young people to have in their belts and for caregivers to be equipped with as well.
Great, thank you. And I know not just specific to the keys, but you mentioned also in your intro a bit more about research and other initiatives, whether it's, you mentioned prevention or sort of the emerging threats, which I know Michael will get to in a minute. Curious if you wanted to share additional research or current initiatives beyond helping develop the keys.
Yeah, we are constantly doing research at Thorn, and it's really grounded in hearing from those with firsthand frontline exposure to this issue, whether that is law enforcement, whether that is trust and safety platforms, or really critically, young people themselves. Because we know young people are early adopters of technology, and they're often, quite frankly, way ahead of the adults in the room at realizing that this threat may be happening or how technology might be getting abused. So we regularly survey them to hear from them what they are seeing. And actually over the last year, we published a series of reports specifically focusing on what we framed as emerging threats to young people. Now this focused on generative AI and deepfake abuse. It focused on the commodification of self-generated imagery, whether that is the demand and increasing demand for explicit images directly from young people, and also focusing on the evolution of sextortion threats. One of the things that we really have seen shift over the last few years, and when I started in this space probably 20 years ago, we could really quickly hypothesize that the threat was coming from somebody with a specific and directed sexual attraction to young people. That just isn't always the case anymore. We are seeing harms manifest because of financial motivations from organized groups overseas. We are seeing threats manifest from other minors, sometimes because they just don't realize the harms that can come with how they use some of these technologies. And worryingly, we're also seeing the threats come from those who are just using the exploitation and suffering of kids as a tool for additional public threats and safety through some of the sadistic online groups that we're seeing.
Thank you. Without knowing, you just queued up my question perfectly for Mike about bringing in the enforcement side. I know we've talked, you can see the theme of the panel, education, empowerment, and enforcement. So we'd love to hear from Mike about the enforcement side, as well as Melissa even mentioned the shift and the evolution of the threat or of the technology or of what is helping or hurting your investigations.
Sure. The one thing that we have to be really cognizant of in this space, particularly in the law enforcement space, is that this is constantly evolving. The threat is constantly evolving. And so what we're seeing is that the rate of change, not only on the platforms and the technology that they bring, that are unfortunately sometimes being illicitly leveraged by bad actors, it's just the overall growth of this problem, in the sense that, I have been around a long time in law enforcement and have seen, and I heard the chairman of the FTC mention AOL during his time up here. I'm old enough to have investigated numerous AOL related cases. That's how I got my start out in California as a field agent. But now, with encryption, with generative AI in particular, Melissa already mentioned financial sextortion. The global growth and rate of this has really caused us to create a research and development arm within the Cybercrime Center to work, again, with social media companies, electronic service providers, and NGOs to stay abreast of the latest technologies. Forensically, all of our cases, what differentiates us from other certain agencies is everything we do is for criminal enforcement, for attribution to hold bad actors accountable, whether it's a transnational criminal organization or an individual actor here in the United States who's abusing children, producing exploitive material. Getting that individual in front of a judge at the federal or state level and holding them accountable is everything it's the basic function of what we do as an agency. And so being able to extract evidence in a constitutional manner that's admissible in court, we have to stay abreast of that. We have to be able to now come up with new and innovative ways to address cloud storage and multiple devices and servers being housed in locations outside the United States, going back to, again, the necessity to collaborate. But I could tell you that the generative AI shift has probably been the largest change for us, because it has really caused us to have to pivot on how we do victim identification. Because now we have to, first determine if this is an actual child who's at risk, or is this a child who's been, generative AI technology has been used to create exploitative imagery, but they are not necessarily at physical risk. We still have to investigate that, or is this something that's actually been generated in real life? And that's caused a major shift in technology, the investment. Fortunately, we are very well resourced at the Cybercrime Center, but we expend a lot of resources, as you can imagine, on getting the licenses, getting the equipment to our field agents, to our forensic examiners, and to our analysts. What I would say is that I think the biggest evolution that I've seen, and going back 20 years now, everything was enforcement, and that's still a priority for us, going out, holding people accountable. But going in, kicking a door down, seizing evidence, and moving on to the next case is kind of the old way of doing business. What we are now trying to do is create a prevention piece, and that's where venues like this are so helpful. But what we've done is, and I will say, and I'll give a shout out to Snap as our first signed partner, we created the Know to Protect campaign just over 18 months ago. Know to Protect, KNOW, the number 2, protect.gov, is the first of its kind government-led website initiative, public service, public awareness campaign to educate parents. All of us are in this space, and we have a hard time, I know I do, keeping up with the changes because they're so rapid. So a parent, a child, what we're trying to keep up with that, it's very difficult. So the Know to Protect campaign, we have 27 signed partners for 900 million impressions, unique impressions from the site and from the advertisements that we get from many of your companies, Snap included. Thorn's been a major partner as well. Getting the word out to educate the public, educate parents and children in particular, coupled with our iGuardian outreach presentations that have reached over 2 million people virtually, 2 million kids, 90,000 in person just this last fiscal year. Something we're tremendously proud of and represents a major shift in our posture on how we're addressing this threat to prevent the crimes before they occur.
Thank you for bringing in the Know to Protect and prevention side. I know I was going to ask about that. 900 million impressions. Wow. And because I know your colleague talked about this on one of our breakout sessions last year. So it's both the awareness and education, but then there's the pledge to protect as a part of it. So families and young people sign this pledge, is that?
Yeah, it's an innovative way for us to create more interaction rather than us just being, we are the federal government, this is what you should do. We recognize that it has to be a collaborative relationship, mutually beneficial. And by creating the Pledge to Protect, that really empowers children and their parents on safety measures. And it coincides very well with, as Jacqueline mentioned earlier, the keys. It's just another piece from the government perspective on educating, because as we all know, the internet, smartphones are powerful, amazing tools, but with chatbots now and AI technology advancing as rapidly as it has, and the fact that predators are still continuing to congregate in areas that children are known to be on, whether it's social media, whether it's gaming platforms, et cetera, we have to be vigilant. We have to be as proactive as possible, and the Pledge to Protect was one way that we came up with to come up with a way to address that through education and awareness.
And if I may, Andrew, we at SNAP were very keen to support Know to Protect and now the Evolution Campaign Phase 2, Pledge to Protect, because as I said about the keys, there are 4 different modules across the safety space, very egregious risks that we address. But something like Know to Protect, Pledge to Protect is a honed, focused campaign around child sexual exploitation and abuse. And with that kind of an issue, we need a singular message. We can't have all these different disparate messages going across the world because they really don't break through the noise. But something like Know to Protect, where everyone can galvanize around those specific messages, those specific risks, that's what makes it much more powerful and able to break through some of the noise.
Thank you. And I think Melissa mentioned earlier about research into youth voices and incorporating youth voices. That's something we've tried to do, and we have youth speakers throughout, you saw this morning, but throughout the agenda all day today. Curious if you could talk about how you incorporate or feature youth voices in your work, any and all.
Well, like I said, we ground all of our work in our research, which a significant portion of stems directly from young people. So those surveys we field every year with 9 to 17-year-olds, and depending on the topic, potentially expand that up into young adults to make sure that we're grounding our understanding in how these threats show up in the experiences and the perspectives of young people and their communities. We also have worked over the years, my colleague Adele is here, has worked to build our No Filter campaign and program, which really helps to bring young people's experiences and voices and perspectives to the forefront, to make sure that we are building technology with them in mind, to make sure that the strategy we have really is grounded in what's going to be effective. We have to meet them where they are for these conversations. It doesn't do us any good to stand up on stage and wag our fingers and say, well, this is how I would do it. This is how you should do it. If we skip entirely past how they use technology and they're thinking about it, we do absolutely need to have candid conversations about what the risks look like, but we've got to start and stop with hearing from them.
Thank you. Yeah.
How we interact with children obviously is a little bit different in the sense that we take a victim-centered approach in all of our investigations. That's something that we shifted towards in 2011 and beyond. So a lot of our interaction, sadly, with children is in the enforcement space when we're recovering a child, when we're interviewing a child. So we've invested heavily in our forensic interview specialists and our victim assistance program to not just, again, move from case to case, conviction to conviction, but stay with that child with services, making sure he or she gets the help that they need. We understand that we're not going to arrest our way out of this issue. HSI alone arrests close to 5,000 or about 5,000 individuals per year just here in the United States for federal child exploitation violations, and we rescue and identify more than roughly 2,000 children per year on average through our efforts. Unfortunately, that's just scratching the surface. So what we do in those forensic interviews and victim assistance areas is gain information, gain actionable intelligence on how they were exploited, what vectors were used to either manipulate or entice them or make contact with them, and then work with the online community, all of you, on trying to come up with those risk mitigation strategies to prevent it from happening again. Because as I mentioned before, once we engage with a child, it's already too late from a law enforcement perspective. Harm has been done. What I will say also is our iGuardian program that I referenced earlier is our outreach, in-person outreach program that agents go around the country and around the world to conduct outreach in person with kids. That unfortunately does, I say unfortunately, but it is fortunate that we provide the venue for disclosures. We've had numerous instances where a child has come up to an agent after a presentation and disclose, and then an investigation starts from there. So, but we're always looking to learn from, sadly, those who are being victimized.
Great, thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Well, our engagement with teens and youth is really around we call it our Council for Digital Wellbeing. And it's a program at SNAP that we started. It's almost 2 years now since we launched. And I see one of our youth council members here today. She's going to be on a panel later. I spied her from the stage, so hello, Nadine. And this is a program designed for youth. We want to hear from youth. We want to hear that all-important youth voice, because we do believe that they should have a say in policy matters that affect them. And that's not only among nation states or countries, but companies as well. We're hearing from them, we're taking in their inputs, their feedback about our product, about our education awareness raising initiatives, about our policies. We're digesting that, and then we're making improvements. And I think it's so important that we really hear and harness that youth voice. So we started our initial teen council last year. We launched in January with the application process. And we had that youth program in the United States. And then because it was so successful, it was kind of pilot, kind of a trial run. We also now have one in Australia, which is an interesting place to have a council right now. And we also have one across Europe and the UK. So the US cohort has officially concluded after about 18 months from top to tail, start to finish. But we still have an active council in Australia, and we still have an active council across Europe. We're going to have a second cohort in the US. We're going to launch applications probably when it comes to the new year. But we're also now creating this kind of informal alumni network. So when opportunities like this to tap into that youth voice come up, we have that ready-made cadre of individuals that we can talk to. And it's so inspiring. All of our colleagues who participate in this kind of a program and get to engage with youth say that it is the most gratifying and most satisfying things that they've done in their career.
That's very encouraging that it was so successful that you've grown it internationally now. I love that. I do have one or two to concluding and closing questions, but first I would love to take one from the audience if someone has. I know we have mic runners on the side. Can see if anyone has a question for this panel. Great, we've answered everything. Up front?
How do we get involved with the iGuardian program if we're interested in having that come to our notification?
For the live stream that was about getting involved with the iGuardian program.
Yes, so you can come up to me, but the bottom line is we have expansive reach, particularly in the US. HSI has 235 domestic field offices, which gives overlapping coverage to every square inch of the country. So what we would do is link you up, your organization, your school, whatever, wherever you're based out of, with our special agent in charge office and our major field offices, and then send trained personnel out to conduct a presentation. We'd be more than happy to do that.
Excellent. I think we can squeeze in an extra one here. So I know we had talked backstage about how DHS has partnered recently with Chair Ferguson and the FTC, specifically around the Take It Down Act. And for anyone who is not aware, that is maybe the only a huge online safety bill that, because it actually passed, Congress has introduced a lot of online safety bills. Take It Down actually passed into law, and maybe some of the success was that it was a little more narrow and targeted, and therefore less controversial. With maybe using that as an example, can you talk to like that intergovernment collaboration or the process around the Take It Down Act?
Yeah, really quickly, happy to. We hosted Chairman Ferguson a few months ago, shortly after the passage. We're working on a methodology where FTC will play a major critical role in the civil enforcement aspect of it. Obviously, HSI and the DHS Cybercrime Center is going to continue to play that criminal enforcement. Merging those two disciplines together, sharing information, really just speaks to our overall approach on that collaborative piece. Again, we work with every Internet Crimes Against Children task force, all 63 of them across the country. We work with all of our private sector partners because if we didn't have those methods of communication, our investigations would not be nearly as successful and we'd be hindering ourselves. So since I've been there for the last close to 3 years, as I mentioned, it's all about collaboration in my opinion. I have a great team. One of my associates is right here, front and center, leading our Know to Protect campaign, Kate Kennedy. So we just have a tremendous amount of talented people that I have the opportunity to get to work with every day. But it's that collaboration with FTC. We're working with HHS on victim mitigation and making those kids whole. We're working across the space. You name the agency, there's a role for that agency to play at the federal, state, and local level.
Thank you. And very quickly, looking ahead, what can we do better? We've talked about a lot. What can we improve on over the next year for everyone?
Yeah, I would say continuing to look one step beyond the bans and the prohibitions, because we need to keep in mind that a ban is not a silver bullet, and there's going to have to be a lot that takes place around it. If we think about the internet as a playground, we don't just tell our kids that they're never going to go on the playground, right? We incrementally go with them to different parts of the playground. And the biggest thing there is that we are there with them side by side. Now, granted, we've gradually started to reel back the giant, sharp tetanus machines in the middle of the playground because it's just not a good idea. So that's a part of it too. but we have to work with them to incrementally build the skills to assess the risk that they encounter, to make sure there aren't sharp needles on the playground in the first place. And when they fall down, to be there with them, to pick them up, dust them off, and get them up and running again. So I think really leaning into the and part of the conversation has to be taking place as well.
I'll go with the ban conversation as well and steal a line from you, Andrew, that I heard you say. We want to protect teens and young people on the internet, not from the internet. The power of technology is truly transformational, and this progress is taking us forward. We just have to embrace that future, which is really right here, right now, with eyes wide open. And let's build on the critical thinking, the resilience, all of those things that teens need right now.
Thank you. Excellent. Good. Great. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say to echo what's already been said, but our job, and specifically as a law enforcement officer and a federal law enforcement official, looking at the emergent threats, looking out over the horizon as to what's next. We don't want to be caught flat-footed. We anticipated the growth of generative AI, for example, before it really started to make itself known in our actual investigations when we were making seizures, et cetera. So looking for that next issue it's incumbent upon us, but we couldn't do it without all of you. And as mentioned, I'm not here to say that everything on the internet is bad and kids need to stay away from the internet, full stop. That's impossible, that's unrealistic. Our job is to make it as safe as possible. To steal a line from you, harm reduction
risk mitigation and harm reduction.
Absolutely is critical, and that's where we play that last line of defense. I can't stress that enough. I think everybody in this room gets it. I think that unfortunately sometimes everybody looks to the government to say, why aren't you doing more? And we absolutely should be doing as much as we can. But by the time it reaches a desk of an agent that works for me, again, it's too late. So working proactively with all of you is our top priority right now.
Well, thank you so much. Please join me in thanking this fantastic panel. And a couple of housekeeping notes before we jump into our first break. Next up is the networking and exhibits break. So thank you, Next, for sponsoring the break in the program. Be sure to grab refreshments and seek out the exhibit booths down the hallway and in the lobby. The next programming after the break is the breakout sessions, which will begin at 11:20 in the breakout rooms down and around the hallway here. And then please take your belongings with you, because you'll then, after the breakout sessions, come here for lunch. Thank you, Netflix, for sponsoring the lunch. And then afternoon breakout sessions before we come back here at 2:15 p.m. to continue the rest of the day. Thank you, everyone.
Please welcome to the stage Child Safety Manager at Google and incoming FOSI Vice Chair, Emily Cashman-Kirstein.
Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Please take your seats. We're going to get started. My name's Emily Cashman-Kirstein. I lead Child Safety Public Policy at Google, and thrilled to be the incoming Vice Chair of FOSI in 2026. Hope everyone enjoyed the breakouts today. Per usual, I had trouble deciding myself which ones to go to, so huge thanks again to the FOSI team for having such excellent programming today. I've really been especially impressed by the timeliness of the issues we're discussing and the caliber of experts doing the discussing. We know that FOSI is really great at convening folks, but it's certainly on stage and in our faces today in the best way. So it's always also energizing to be in the room with so many dedicated online child safety advocates and working all together to find ways to continue the progress that we've been making. So now I have the pleasure of introducing our next panel that dives deeper into the safety, innovation, and policy of a key partner and player in the online safety community, and that is the gaming industry. So please welcome panelists led by moderator Maya McKenzie of the Entertainment Software Association.
Hello, FOSI. I am excited and honored to be representing the Entertainment Software Association at this year's annual conference. My name is Maya McKenzie, and I'm Senior Counsel of Tech Policy, and it's our privilege to be the voice and advocate of the U.S. video game industry. Over the past several decades, the video game industry has pushed boundaries of entertainment and redefined the ways in which we can connect and play with others. And while single video games are very popular, I'm a huge single video game player myself, the reality is that nearly 90% of all players are playing online, offering new opportunities to experience and connect with others across geographic boundaries in a way that was previously not possible. At the same time, I think no one in this room is naive to the fact that there are risks with online play. So that's what we're here to talk about today. How the video game industry has committed itself to identifying risk before they become realized, how this has led to a principle of safety by design, and how these two forces interact with proposed policies that are targeted towards protecting kids and families online. Today, I am joined by three incredible panelists. Delegate Adrienne Boatho has served in the Maryland House of Delegates since 2023, representing the state's 23rd district. Delegate Boatho currently serves as Assistant Majority Leader and is a member of the Economic Matters Committee, which oversees matters of consumer protection. Patricia Vance, Pat Vance, is president of the Entertainment Software Ratings Board, or ESRB, where she has worked since 2002 and leads the teams responsible for assigning age and content ratings to video games and apps, enforcing industry marketing guidelines, administering a COPPA Safe Harbor program, privacy certified, and she also serves as founding chairperson of the International Age Rating Coalition, or IARC. She also has a long-standing history in the tech and entertainment industry, including serving as former chair of FOSI. And finally, Nicola Wright is the director of user trust and online safety for Nintendo America. In her day job, she's responsible for working with multiple departments internally to shape the consumer-facing offerings and functions such as community building, online safety, parental controls, user-generated content, and platform moderation. Nintendo's corporate mantra is to create smiles, and Nicola helps to do that by weaving trust and safety into all aspects of the business, ultimately making Nintendo's platforms fun for everyone. Please join me in welcoming the panelists this afternoon. All right, Pat, let's start with you. The ESRB rating system has been around for more than 30 years and stands as one of the original examples of how the video game industry rallied together to address growing concerns about games. Can you tell us what prompted the creation of ESRB and how the scope of the regulatory activities, self-regulatory activities, and rating system have evolved over time?
Okay, big question. In the early 90s, there were a couple of games that came out that garnered the attention of some senators, and the senators held a number of hearings with video game industry members. At that time, there had been some disparate attempts at ratings, and basically the industry was under threat that if we didn't pull ourselves together and create some sort of standard like the film ratings had, that they would do it for us. So, created a trade association first, which we didn't have at the time, and then first order of business was to create a rating system. Now, when we first introduced the ratings, it was a two-part system. It was age rating categories and content descriptors. Eventually, we added a third part to address some of the things that we're here to talk about today, like user interaction, or in-game purchases with randomized items. We also, as Maya mentioned in the introduction, over 10 years ago, we created a scalable, globally streamlined solution for rating digital games and mobile apps. And we created a separate organization to administer that system, and we have 9 other rating authorities from around the world participating in it, 14 different digital storefronts or app storefronts that have licensed the system. So we are now rating not just console games, but PC games, mobile games, VR games. We have also been using IARC to rate user-generated content. Fortnite's using it to rate all the user-generated content. Roblox just licensed it, so we'll be introducing that next year. On Roblox, we signed up our first auto app company, so we've been expanding ratings to cover numerous different platforms. We also added, many years ago, something we call the Advertising Review Council. The industry felt strongly it needed to have a number of marketing guidelines that were to be enforced by the ESRB. We have an enforcement system that applies sanctions, including fines when warranted. So we're monitoring and enforcing marketing guidelines across the industry, make sure that ratings are displayed, content is responsible, and that the ads are being responsibly targeted. We also have a privacy certified program, which Maya mentioned in the introduction, which is one of the first FTC COPPA safe harbors. It is a program that's optional, but we have a lot of companies who have opted in to get their products and services certified for privacy compliance, not just with COPPA, but other regulations. We have something called the ESRB Retail Council, which works with retailers to make sure that retailers aren't selling mature-rated video games to kids without a parent present. That's been going on for decades. And we have a lot of resources available to parents. We can go to parentaltools.org, where a lot of those materials are aggregated, but we've become a real trusted source for parents on a variety of different issues related to managing video games in the home.
So Pat, ESRB is just more than ratings. Pat just talked about all of the other things that ESRB has done, not as always a response to regulation, but a part of looking at what's happening in the marketplace and recognizing how a industry self-regulatory body can best serve the needs of an industry. So Nicola, I want to turn to you to understand how the expansion and thought process of what's happening in the world is reflected within product design at a business. So Nintendo slowly introduced online play via the Wii in 2006. And they slowly introduced a new online player-to-player communication feature this year with game chat on Nintendo Switch 2. So there's been a lot of time since 2006, and it's clear that Nintendo has been very thoughtful about how to design player-to-player communication. Tell us about how Nintendo approached the rollout of this new communications feature and the thoughts behind putting game chat into place.
Yeah, it's a great question. So we have certainly come a long ways since the days of bowling competitions in Wii Sports. Way back then, I think many of us had lots of fun with that. But I think the first thing I wanted to talk about is how online play, there are different ways of doing it. It's not all about communication. Sometimes it does involve communication, but take a game like Mario Kart World where players from across the world are racing against each other, trying to be victorious in that race, but there's no communication, but they are competing online. You've got a game like Super Mario Wonder where there is a mode that has ghost mechanics where players can actually help each other asynchronously. And what I mean by that is it's not in real time. They're able to have hints and tricks in the software that help someone else through that game experience on their own time, at their own pace. So there are different ways of executing online play in games. Developers are very creative with how to do it. But that said, playing with your friends is an amazing experience. And so Game Chat is a communication feature that we introduced on Nintendo Switch 2 earlier this year. And safety was a consideration from the very start of development years ago. This is not something we just tagged on at the end. This was something that was very thought out throughout the development process. And the focus is on the player really recreating that living room. If their friends and family are not living locally, or maybe they are and they just want to stay home in their pajamas, up to them. But trying to bring them together as if they're in the same living room and able to play games. They can play the same game, they can play different games, they can be chatting, helping each other through levels, but just fostering that sense of community that people are yearning for and finding a way to do that with Game Chat. We let players create the chat room that is comfortable for them. So they are choosing from players on their friend list and creating that virtual living room themselves. We especially wanted to focus on making it safe for younger players. So for children and teens, we require parental involvement in who the child or teen is chatting with. We want to make it easy for parents. So there was a lot of focus put on creating those tools for parents that are very easy to use. We have a parental controls app on mobile that parents use to make those choices. A lot of it is to really foster communication between the parent and the child. All of us do not want to be burdening parents with more decisions, but parents have to be part of those choices. They're very personal for families as far as how technology is used in their household. So we want to try and foster those conversations between the parent and the child and let them decide what works best for their family. And just a lot of focus has been put on safety from day one.
So we've heard a little bit from Pat and Nicola about how the industry has proactively identified and addressed concerns inherent to the expanding and changing nature of online video game play. Delegate Boafo, what are your priorities for the upcoming legislative session when it comes to online safety?
Yeah, well, thank you, Maya, for having me here to ESA, to FOSI. If you told me 10 years ago that I'd be talking about video games in my role as a legislator, I would have ran when I was 18. However, you know, in Maryland, I think we all in this room have a moral obligation to protect the children of our state. That's what we're here to do, is to make sure that our most important asset, our children, are protected. And so next year, one of the things I'm going to be focused on, well, I'll tell you, last year I was focused on making sure that we got cell phones out of schools. That was the biggest thing for us in Maryland, making sure that we got that done. We passed it in the House, didn't pass it in the Senate. That's a conversation for another day, but we'll be bringing that bill back as well. My big tech-focused bill this year is called Protecting Maryland's Children Online, specifically when it comes to social media. And that takes what I think everyone knows, this California model that exists. But the key difference between what we're going to do in Maryland is that we're going to have industry actually at the table. The reality is that we all come to this work from different backgrounds and different settings. I don't know every single thing about video games, nor am I supposed to. But industry does, right? And I do not think that industry is a bad actor in this space, right? We have to make sure that when we're having these policy discussions, that we're actually having robust discussions with industry as well. The one key thing that I'll say has been hard as a legislator is that when you talk about the internet, unlike a lot of other laws that we pass, the internet has no bounds. So when we pass a bill in our state and Texas passes a different bill, at the end of the day, the folks who are being harmed are the kids who and the parents who now have to, communicate between two different states and trying to understand the laws and making it really complicated. So those are my two biggest bills for next session. But again, we're really going to try to make sure, unlike some other states, that we actually have industry at the table to help guide us on what's the best decision when it comes to policy matters.
Well, not every legislator is that optimistic about industry's role in the process. If we would be naive to not recognize that there is a significant amount of skepticism about the industry, the tech industry at large. So Nicola, as someone who works day in and day out on the trust and safety issues, you're working with your team to identify potential risk and opportunities. What do you wish that policymakers knew? What do you wish they would consider about the video game industry when they're asked to regulate kids' online safety?
To me, I think one of the biggest goals that we share is to protect kids, exactly like what you were just saying. And how do we achieve that? There's no one-size-fits-all solution. And I think with legislation, one of the hardest things I've seen is where legislation is very prescriptive about how to solve something, but has a very narrow view. And it's not necessarily contemplating the various types of technology that companies in this room and beyond are creating. And so having industry at the table with legislators to brainstorm through, okay, what might be possible, what would make sense, what is technically going to stand the test of time, is a really important conversation to be having. And also to let our developers innovate. They are incredible with the problem solving and the experiences they want to deliver, especially in the gaming industry. The creativity it knows no bounds, basically. So really allowing companies to find solutions that are creative to achieve the goals that are shared between us, I think are very important to consider.
So Delegate Boffo, the concept of parental choice that Nicola just hinted at, that's an interesting one. When you're thinking about legislation that might utilize a one-size-fits-all approach, how do you account for the role of parents in being able to determine what's right for their individual circumstances?
Yeah, look, I do not believe it's my job to be in a parent's household trying to police what video games they should be playing. I do, however, think, and I can't believe I'm saying this as a state legislator, we have to make the laws easier for folks. I mean, the reality here is when it comes to the internet and when it comes to video games in particular, we need a federal bill. That's just what that comes down to. We need a one-size-fits-all approach in the sense of having a federal bill that applies to all 50 states, and it makes it easier for parents to understand. You know how difficult it is to be a parent that moves. I mean, we have a lot of folks moving to Maryland, which is great for us, but saying, in California there was a different law and I don't know how to navigate around that. And then most folks, because they're busy with life, just decide to throw out what they thought and what they knew. And so I don't think my job is to come to the table with a prescriptive policy that says this is what you got to do from this time to this time. My job is to make sure that it's blanket enough that allows industry to innovate, but also just makes it easier on parents. And I think, frankly, the only way you can do that is by having a federal bill that kind of encompasses a lot of this stuff. And states can come in and tweak things and regulate things, especially when it comes to algorithms and what we want to see happen in our particular states. But there does need to be a federal policy that kind of overlooks this entire ecosystem of the internet.
Pat, I want to turn to you. The ESRB rating system, when combined with empowering parental controls, parent choice, I mean, that's the core component of online safety. Providing the necessary information about the in-game experience to parents so that they can then decide for themselves what's right for their household based on their own values, and then having the ability to reinforce those choices on the platform itself. Isn't that something that we should be driving families to do?
Yes, I mean, parents, first of all, the vast majority of parents, over 80% of parents, are aware of the ESRB ratings, and over three quarters of them say they regularly use them. Also, they are aware of parental controls. Not all of them choose to activate them, and not because they're not aware of them, but just because they have rules in the home, they trust their kids. There are a whole host of different reasons why a parent might not set parental controls, but many of them do. And I think at the end of the day, parents feel differently about different types of content, different features, and parents should be making their own decisions about what's appropriate for their own families. We hear that repeatedly, loud and clear.
So Delegate Boffo, earlier you mentioned a few priorities that you have for online safety legislation. how are you balancing the desire to regulate with safety measures already in place while ensuring that any new proposed legislation won't inherently alter the video game experience? For example, some proposals are designed to address the grooming problem and employ a combination of parental consents and notifications to bring parents into decisions about communication online. Now that's well-intentioned, but it complicates things for platforms that are designed to address the communications issue in a different way. So what I'm really trying to get at is how can you ensure that legislation is designed with safety in mind, but also in a way that does not break the fundamental way that video games operate, because they are also designing with consumer preferences in mind?
Yeah, it's about how you approach the conversation around social media and video games. Social media isn't video games. They're two totally different things, right? And if you approach that conversation and any policy in that manner, right, I think sometimes people think, oh, you can get online, therefore they're all in the same bucket. They're not, right? So that's the first thing you got to kind of do as a legislator. The second thing is to Nicola's point earlier about innovation, right? ESRB wouldn't exist if industry was trying to be a bad actor here, right? And what companies are doing across the country can be more innovative than what me and my 7 colleagues come up in a subcommittee. And again, it really, this conversation is really rooted for me in ensuring that industry takes the lead. We're not going to agree on every single policy point. We're not going to agree on every single idea. At times, especially if you come to my office, I'm going to challenge you on what I think you can do, especially because, you know, again, we all come from this work from different spaces, and I happen to come from the tech space. So I will ask you different questions about what we can be doing and how we can be more innovative. But to get to your question, it's about how you approach the thought of the work, right? And if the thought of the work is just to be punitive to video game companies or punitive to social media companies, we'll end up exacerbating the problem in the long term and not actually solving the problem that's at the core, which is to make sure that our children are safe online.
Okay. So building on this idea of regulation and superimposing itself on existing systems, Pat, this year there's been an increased focus on the role of age ratings and what that means for creating safety online. In fact, Texas now requires age ratings for apps based on age categories as determined in the law, and those categories don't align with the ESRB ratings. So how do you see this regulation as it relates to ESRB ratings in practice? Do you think it will create confusion for consumers, or let alone the people designing games and the game publishers?
Yeah, well, setting aside the First Amendment issues with that bill, look, I'm not sure why the legislator decided to reinvent the wheel. ESRB's been around for over 30 years, high awareness and use. Not sure why a new rating system had to be created. That being said, the bill was based on this false premise that developers choose their own rating. That's not the case. Certainly not with the ESRB. They don't get to choose their own rating. We assign it, and then we test to make sure that it's accurate. So I'm not sure where this will go. Hopefully they'll let those platforms and storefronts that are currently displaying ESRB ratings to just stay. And it really, would apply to storefronts that are not, or platforms that are not currently displaying age ratings. But I still think, I'm sort of not sure why somebody decided to create a whole new system.
Nicola, from the perspective of a company that's subject to regulation generally, how do you design trust and safety policies and tools to address patchwork regulation that is starting to emerge? For example, Nintendo's parental controls already make it easy for parents to determine which ESRB age rating category or categories are okay for their children to play. So how do you think about integrating new App Store regulations into the existing safety mechanisms that you already have in place?
So for Nintendo, we have always been focused on delivering those smiles. And as you mentioned in my intro, that's our corporate mission, delivering smiles. And we really do look at everything we do through that lens. So how do we deliver on that? We are being proactive about design decisions that we're making in the products and the approach we're taking to safety. So we're not waiting for legislation to tell us what to do. We are being proactive to deliver on that promise of what our products are providing and offering to consumers. That said, when legislation is differing from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, it makes it more complicated for parents because then our tools need to become more complicated. So it's exactly what the delegate was saying earlier. That complexity just gets passed on to the consumer, which is nobody's intent. So this is something we are, I think all of us struggle with, especially as you were saying, social media and games are not the same. There are various platforms that are all touching on the gaming industry, and having creativity in those solutions is important. But the patchwork legislation is a challenge, but by being proactive and addressing some of this before it comes out, we're heading down a good path, and I'm hoping that the legislators across the nation will come together at the federal level and have a more aligned approach.
So in the context of legislation, we've spoken about how the internet doesn't have borders, how the patchwork issue can be challenging when you're thinking about regulation. But that same metaphor can be flipped on its head about the nature of video games. Players play games on multiple consoles, a PC, or even their mobile device. They have the ability to communicate either in-game or on a third-party platform across all those devices. So if you think about games, games are also borderless. The reality is that once a bad actor exhibits inappropriate behavior, that's likely not isolated to one game or one context, one console or one platform. So, one game or company may be able to suspend or ban someone who violates their codes of conduct, but what does that look like in their interactions across other video games? Nicola, how is Nintendo thinking about this issue, and how are you collaborating with the broader industry to address it?
I think collaboration is the best word you can use to describe it. As a tech industry, we are stronger together by sharing best practices, by talking about emerging threats, about emerging technologies. We are very much stronger by coming at that together. So as we were approaching Nintendo Switch 2's release and developing Game Chat, we did collaborate with a lot of others in the industry and have deep discussions about what they're seeing, and of course it was all confidential at the time, so the conversations were very helpful to Nintendo, but we were also sharing what we could to make sure it wasn't a one-way street. We joined FOSI, been very thrilled to be members of this organization and having the connections that we've been able to make through FOSI. We joined the Tech Coalition, similar experience there, just the incredible connections and collaboration and resources that are available to companies that can be learning in this space and constantly evolving practices. We're also participating in the Tech Coalition's Project Lantern, which lets participating companies give each other signals to each other when a child predator is located on the platform. And the goal is really to try and prevent it being easy for that predator to hop from platform to platform. So we are being proactive in this, collaborating with each other, and we truly are stronger together.
All right, so we're winding down here, but Delegate Baffa, I want to ask you this question from a legislator's perspective. How do you think policymakers should address this issue, or should they at all?
We definitely have to. I mean, it goes back to my earlier point that this really, again, is why at the crux of this, there needs to be federal legislation. I know there's a Congress that, in my opinion, has abdicated their responsibility to the American people, but we really do need a Congress that actually wants to be functioning. I also think there's an interesting concept when it comes to digital passports online. And this can help us in a whole different sense. And this is really where we're going to lean on industry to kind of take the lead, and let's figure out how we can help with that innovation practice. But I do think we need to regulate around it. I do think it needs to be done at the federal level. Because again, not me, but if someone commits a crime in one state and they travel to another state, we'll be able to figure out what happened, right? We'll be able to know that there are systems that are interoperable that talk to each other, that tell you what happened here, what's happening there. It's really going to be, again, industry taking the innovation lead here in that space, but there definitely needs to be some regulation around it. And in my opinion, that's probably the hardest thing that we have to solve. But there are a whole host of things that we can do before we actually get to that space.
So we'll end today's panel by asking you all to look into a crystal ball. Starting with you, Nicola, what do you think is the next big challenge on online safety, or what's the next big opportunity?
In my crystal ball, I see a future where industry and legislators, policymakers are collaborating together and trying to identify what those goals are that we're trying to achieve, and if there is going to be legislation, to be able to frame it so that it is allowing innovation to continue to occur. So hitting on many of the points that we've talked through today, that's the vision I see for the future, is that continued collaboration amongst the industry and also with policymakers and legislators.
Pat?
I think, if I might there are two opportunities. One, I think, is, we talked a lot about AI this morning. I think AI can be used in incredibly powerful ways to help moderate communities. I know it's already in use, but I think as AI develops, that it's going to make it hopefully easier for companies to get a handle on what's going on in their communities, in their online communities. And the second thing is, everybody's been talking about age assurance. I think age assurance can help companies identify the age of the user. Hopefully, the technology evolves to a point where it gets more accurate, but over time. But I think age assurance can help customize features in games to make them more age appropriate, instead of having to sort of, block a game because of one feature. So I think age assurance can be very helpful.
All right, and Delegate Boafo.
I've got so many. No, in all seriousness, I think the challenge for us will be character AI when it comes to our young kids. And we've got to figure that out as soon as humanly possible, because there's just a lot there that I think can really harm our children. I know that has less to do with the video game sector, but I do think when it comes to broader tech as a whole, that's going to be the biggest challenge we have. I do think, though, what I'm excited about and the opportunity is what exists now already in a lot of the platforms that are here. In an increasingly lonely world, young people are finding genuine and deep connections with each other through this kind of ever-evolving online social media space, online video game space. The amount of folks, I was just telling Maya about my best friend who is chronically online and on video games and is streaming and doing all that kind of stuff, but has built a genuine community through that. And that connection is so needed in this world, and that's what these platforms can do. And if we get the regulation right without overburdening industry and allowing them to take the lead on innovation, then I think this space can continue to thrive and actually help the country and the world.
All right. Well, that is our time, everyone. I'd like to thank these panelists for their role in such an insightful and thoughtful discussion. For those of you in the audience, please visit ESRB's website for a broad range of resources on the tools for parents and more information about the ratings. Also, visit ESA's Trust and Safety Hub for information about the video games activities and online safety. Thank you to Team FOSI. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to my colleague Crosby Armstrong for her great help in this panel. And thank you for being such a great audience.
Well, and thank you, Maya, for being such a great moderator and staying to time. Isn't she good? Thank you. And that discussion just reminded me that we are 26 years later still calling for a federal privacy bill. Wouldn't that be nice? We could join the rest of the world in having national privacy legislation, upon which online safety bills like COSA and others could be built. Anyway, in the meantime, I think we're still shut down. The government, anyone? Got any updates on the government? No, it's in the balance. Democrats are unhappy. That's okay. All right, okay. How are we feeling? How are we feeling? All right. So, no, I shouldn't do that. No, I shouldn't do that. So, we're switching gears again. And next, I'd like to introduce Raja Bose. He is the Senior Manager of Systems Experiences from Apple to kick off our next session. Raja, where are you?
Thank you, Stephen. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Very nice to see you. My name is Raja. Such a great privilege to both to join you all here as we dive into these incredibly important topics, and also to represent a large group of people back at Apple who focus every day on the parental controls and tools that we make available for families. Today, I want to give you a closer look at all the ways that Apple helps families protect kids, and by kids I mean both children and teens as they explore online, and then dive into some of the big enhancements that we made recently in this space as well. So if we take a step back, iPhone, iPad, Mac, these are powerful tools that parents and kids are relying on every single day as they explore their productivity, their creativity. We know they're powerful tools for learning, whether they're at home or at school. They've changed where and how and when kids learn. which is why for many years we've focused on helping families build healthy relationships with technology, but do so in a way that protects the privacy and the safety of children as they grow. Now, we understand that every family is different, and so over the years, we've built a set of industry-leading controls for parents to create experiences that align with their values and their parenting style. And many of these protections are actually on by default, so they have a safe experience right from the start. Now, you may recognize a few here, things like screen time and Find My and age ratings on the App Store that have been around for years, and we'll talk about some of those as well as some of the new enhancements that have come around over the past year as well. But we know that just going and building a bunch of tools is only half the battle. Parents, caregivers, families, they need to know that they exist and what they do and how to get the most out of them. And that's why we've set up a dedicated website on apple.com/families that goes into the details with tips to help families get started. There's user guides with step-by-step instructions. There's videos on YouTube. If anybody happens to live close to an Apple retail store, you can always step in, and any of the retail experts are there to help provide education and help you get started as well. So, with all of that as context, let's talk about what we have in store today. Today we want to give you a closer look at some of these enhancements that we just introduced that make these tools even more powerful. So today we plan to focus on how we're helping more kids get onto child accounts, great new enhancements that we've made to these parental controls, and our latest updates on the App Store that help ensure that kids are having age-appropriate experiences when they're discovering apps. So let's start with child accounts. So for many years, we've supported these specialized variants of accounts called child accounts. And these accounts really are the foundation of all the safety tools that we offer. They're automatically enabled for kids under the age of 13, and that includes a whole set of default protections right out of the gate. And these span the ecosystem across the App Store, and content restrictions, and screen time. There's a lot here, but I'll just call out a few specifically. So we'll limit access for kids to adult websites by default. We turn on communication safety, which helps protect them from encountering nudity in images and photos that may be sent their way. Ask to buy, that means they need to go and request parental approval for apps they want to download, whether that's free or paid, or make in-app purchases as well. And on the App Store, they can only browse apps that are rated 4+ or 9+, depending on their age. Now, the best part is that parents don't need to worry about having to find all this and set it up. It's just all done automatically, and it's also super easy to set this up for kids between 13 and 17 as well, and tailor it according to your needs. Now, when setting up a new device for a child, this year we've actually made this process even easier as well. So when a parent starts to set up a new device for their children, they'll now be prompted right out the gate to identify the age range of the primary user. And if they choose that this is going to be for a child or for a teen, well, they'll be asked to connect to their family by creating an account right then. And this really helps parents take full advantage of the whole set of parental controls that we make available. But we also know that parents are busy and they may not always have time right then and there to help a child get set up and onto a child account. But we know that kids are also really excited when they get their hands on a new device, and they may be a little bit impatient. So in those instances where a parent chooses that they'll need to connect later, we'll still immediately enable these age-appropriate safety features right out of the gate. So right out of the gate, a child can browse the web with those content filters, web content filters at play. They can use apps like Pages and Numbers and Notes for their classwork. And parents can feel confident that children can use their iPhone or iPad in a way that's done safely without any of these apps collecting personal data and sharing it back with themselves or with Apple. And when a child attempts to then go and later download an app off the App Store or use any service that may require an Apple account, well, then they see that same screen again, reminding them that they need to connect to a family and that the parent needs to set up their child account so they can take advantage of all those tools. So that's how setting up a child's Apple account is even easier this year. Now, we also know that some children may be using a device that has an Apple account that maybe wasn't configured with the right age information. Maybe it was configured for an adult in the house and it's now a hand-me-down for them. Well, when that happens, that gets in the way of all these parental controls working accurately. So a good clue this might be the case is if a parent is using a credit card to buy them an app, and that credit card's already associated with a different account, or they're trying to set up a screen time passcode for them. That's a pretty good indication this is actually for a child. And in those cases, we'll now put up a prompt like this that really helps parents get those kids onto a proper child account in the moment and lean on all those parental controls that are available. Now, we talked about turning on a number of these safety settings by default for kids under the age of 13. Well, now kids ages 13 through 17 will also have similar age-appropriate protections enabled from the beginning. Things like those web content filters and communication safety, and getting access to apps that meet only a specific age rating on the App Store. So with these child accounts in place, again, that's what allows parents to take full advantage of all the parental controls that are available. And we have a whole set of apps and tools that let parents manage these experiences for children. And I won't go into all of them, but at a high level, screen time, that's really the home for all the tools for managing how children spend their time on devices and what content they can access. Now, after a parent sets up all the screen time settings, they then set up a passcode to ensure that those stick. Well, we know kids can be motivated to be super sleuths when they want to, and they look over your shoulder and discover that passcode. Suddenly they got the keys to the kingdom. That's a problem, right? Well, we made an update this year to help parents get ahead of that. So now we notify a parent every single time a screen time passcode is placed on a child's, or input on a child's account. And if that comes as an expected thing, great. If it doesn't, good time to go chat with the child about some boundaries and maybe change that passcode as well. So in addition to that on screen time, there's this concept of communication limits, which helps parents manage who their children are talking to. And with our latest releases, we've made this even easier as well, because we know you're not always sitting right next to your child when they might get a text message from somebody new. So now when your child tries to add a classmate from school or maybe join the group text for their soccer club, well, you can review that and approve that with a single tap in the Messages app. And then another important protection is communication safety. So this works in places like Messages and AirDrop and more to detect nudity in images or videos that children may receive or maybe even be attempting to send. And so if nudity is detected, then communication safety intervenes. That image, that video is blurred, and it creates a moment for the child to think, alongside resources that help provide guidance and support in what might be a potentially vulnerable situation. And for children under 13, if they still choose to tap through and view that image, it still requires that a parent enter the screen time passcode for them to be able to do so. Now, this feature is designed with privacy in mind. It's all done entirely on device. Apple does not learn if a specific message has nudity or get access to that content either. Now, in our latest releases this year, communication safety now also detects and blurs images and video that might be shared as part of a shared photo album, because we know that that sometimes is a vector as well, and provide the same warnings and resources. We're also bringing communication safety to live FaceTime calls. So if nudity is detected on a FaceTime call, communication safety again intervenes, makes it easy for a child to end the call and get help. So with content and privacy restrictions as well, parents can decide what content their children can access, and they can manage purchases and downloads as well as set privacy settings. And this is home to a really powerful new feature that we introduced this year, which is the ability for parents to share the age range of the child with apps in a privacy-protected way. So parents can choose if and how often kids can share this with apps and then change their preferences at any time. And with this feature, apps can then request and utilize this information to help them prevent kids from being exposed to content that may be inappropriate for their age. And depending on the parent's information or preferences, that information will either be shared automatically or the app will be required to explicitly ask each time. So another powerful example of something we've designed with privacy at the core. It will only be shared if a parent chooses to do so. If a parent chooses to change their mind, they can do so at any time. And what's really key is that no personal information for the child is shared, like their actual birth date. That stays private. So all these protections that we just walked through, things like communication limits, communication safety, and the ability to share your age range information, these are all available to developers to help them ensure that they can provide these age-appropriate experiences in their apps. And so earlier this year, we created a new website that's dedicated to developers to gather all of these tools and frameworks all into one place so they have a very easy way to go and look up what they need to do. Now, in addition to screen time and communication limits, communication safety, privacy restrictions, we also have tools like downtime that are really about helping kids wind down their device usage, make time for important things like rest and relaxation. Ask to buy. This is a way to give kids a seamless way to ask their parents for approval when making app purchases. You can use always allowed to specify the apps and contacts your children should always have access to, even when they're in downtime. Find My. This helps you see your child's location and get location-based alerts. I use this every day. My kids started biking to school this year. We get an alert when they arrive at school in the morning, when they get home in the afternoon. It just breathes a lot easier as a parent. And then we know that you're constantly making changes as your children mature and get older, and you want to give them more agency. We have a recommended for your family checklist that pops in to help you make sure you're taking advantage of all the tools that are there, and as they hit new milestones in their age, we'll make recommendations on how you might get even more out of these tools to give them the right experience. So that's our powerful set of parental controls. And so finally, I want to end by talking about the App Store. So for over a decade, the App Store has been a safe and trusted place for kids to go and discover new experiences online through apps. And there's a ton of apps for kids to explore their creativity and get a leg up as they learn. Now, every app that's submitted to the App Store goes through a thorough review process that checks for things like safety, performance, design, privacy, ensuring that they meet the highest standards. Now, the App Store also includes this category for kids called Made for Kids, and it's a great way to find apps that are designed for kids who are under the age of 11. And app developers who want to have their app show up in this category need to meet an even more stringent level of requirements there. And just to call out, no apps on the App Store are allowed to track children for advertising or share any data with data brokers. Now, this year, we've updated the experience for kids on the App Store as well. So when app content restrictions are set for a child, apps that have an age rating that exceeds that will no longer appear on the App Store in places like the Today tab or the Games tab or the Apps tab or any editorial content like that. Now, we also talked earlier about Ask to Buy, in which a child needs to ask permission and a parent or a guardian approves that request from their device or right on the child's device. We've expanded how Ask to Buy works as well with even more control. So now, parents can grant an exception for a child to download an app with an age rating that exceeds the restrictions that are set for them. So let's say a child needs the Fit Life app for their soccer club. Well, a parent can approve the app. And then later, if they decide, you know what, this is probably not the right experience, they can revoke it at any time, and that app just immediately disappears right off the child's device. Now, lastly, on the App Store, we have a global age rating system, and it has 4 thresholds, and 2 of them, you'll notice, are for adolescents, 12 plus and 17 plus. And what we heard from users and developers is they're looking for even more granularity to reflect the wide range of needs and maturity really among this cohort. And so this summer we updated these, so now we have 5 with 3 ratings associated for adolescents, 13 plus, 16 plus, 18 plus. So this allows parents to have a more granular understanding of the apps that their children are exploring, and developers a more precise way to rate their apps as well. So ratings are required for all apps on the App Store. You'll find the rating in the ribbon of the top of the product page, and you can use that to scroll down and go to the details section to learn more about what informed that rating. So here's also where developers can indicate other things their apps include, things like user-generated content or messaging or advertising as well, because those are things that parents will likely want to know about as they approve apps for their children to use. Or even if these apps offer things like parental controls or age assurance. So that's the updates to the App Store, and wrap up at a deeper look at all the parental controls and features that we offer for families. I want to thank you and say I appreciate you for letting me step you through all the work that we offer here. We know our work here is never done, and so as this landscape continues to evolve, we remain committed to pushing ahead on all these tools so that kids have great, safe experiences as they go online. So, thanks so much.
Thank you so much. That was fascinating and also a first. I don't believe we've ever had an Apple presentation at a FOSI event. So this was super exciting to see all of these developments. And we're going to continue with a little bit of a conversation, and we're going to bring an old friend of mine, Kim Scardino, up as well, just to talk a little bit more. So Kim, you and I go back a while.
We go so far back.
So Kim is the Global Online Safety Council at Apple, which you've been there now how many years?
I've been at Apple for 11 years.
11 years.
Yes.
Previously, you were at the FCC. I don't know why I'm telling you this, but she was previously at the FCC. And even more interestingly, from 2008 to 2010, she was the Director of Policy Development at FOSI. So this is a full circle moment for the both of us. So welcome.
Yeah,
welcome,
it's so
Kim.
nice to be here.
Oh,
so great.
brilliant.
When I was working at FOSI, my daughter was 4, and she's now 21.
How did that happen?
So I've been through all the experiences online.
All right. Well, again, thanks for that presentation. Let's dig a little deeper with both of you here. It's great to hear that Apple is continuing to make so many important updates. Can you both share a bit about the development of these tools and why are you doing it now? Who would like to start?
Sure, I'll start. So Apple has been providing industry-leading tools for a number of years. We actually introduced family sharing in 2014. We introduced screen time in 2018 and communication safety in 2021. You heard Raja speak about all of these features. We're continuing to make updates. We've been hearing all day about how this is a very complex, evolving landscape. So we know that it's important to keep pace. We're constantly talking to stakeholders to stay ahead of harms and threats. And we want all of our users to have a really good experience with our products. So one of the reasons we're here today is we take this role very seriously and are very focused on online safety. And all the things that you heard from Raja today are just some of the recent updates we have. And one of the things that's so exciting about it, they're live now, all the features that you talked about. None of them are coming, they're live now.
All right.
And
did you want
to add, just to what Kim was saying, we continue to push forward here. We know there's new tools for both parents and developers. And as you heard, we've taken a lot of these protections and actually turned them on by default. So they're even easier for parents to take advantage of right out of the gate. Some of these features like communication safety, that's really about shielding children from sensitive content on there. We know that that's important both within the system, but also for apps to be able to take advantage of. And that's why we've also made it easy for them to integrate that with tools and APIs as well.
All right. Well, talk to us about parents. I mean, what's the easiest way for parents to get started with these controls, and what resources are you guys offering to help parents navigate this complex world?
I can start us off. If I could sit down with every parent and every caregiver and just distill the whole thing down to them, I'd say it comes down to 3 things. Number 1, make sure your child is on a child account. Number 2, check their screen time settings. And number 3, enable age assurance with apps on the App Store. And so if we break that down, getting on a child account, if you're setting up a device for the first time, the onboarding flow makes that really easy, and you'll end up at a great space with your child on the proper account there. But we also know that a lot of children are inheriting devices. We saw some flows that make it easy for parents to ensure that they get their child to the right place on that child account, so that when they do, they can take full advantage of all those parental controls, the whole suite that we offer there. As far as checking their screen time settings, screen time really is where parents can manage which apps their children can access, when they can access them, how long they can access them. And when they've set it all up, they just put it behind a passcode. And we saw now there's new features in place to help ensure that that passcode stays secure and parents can breathe even easier there. And then as far as enabling the age assurance capabilities on the App Store that we talked about there, this is really a huge update in terms of giving parents the ability to choose how their kids can share that age information with developers so that developers can use that information in the moment and automatically adjust what their app is showing in order to deliver an age-appropriate experience. And this is done in a very privacy-preserving way. That's built right at the core. And so this is all about keeping parents in control of their personal data and their kids' personal data there. So.
And we know parental education is really important. We actually have numerous ways for parents to find resources. We know sometimes parents just want to find it when they need it, right? So you can search across our platform for any resources for, like you were just talking about the Declared Age Range API. We have an article focused on how parents can send that age signal, share that age signal. We have YouTube tutorial videos. Basically, if you search for it, you're likely going to find it about all of our features. And we know this is a really important issue to get the word out. So we have folks at Apple that meet with the press and creators and stakeholders. We have a trust and safety team that works with experts. Part of my role is to go out and make sure that we're meeting with the right folks. But so we take in all that user feedback, and we really, really want parents to know about all of these rich resources that we have available to them and their families, because we know that not all families are the same, and everybody may have different reasons for looking for different content that they're looking for settings. And so we have numerous resources. We have child safety resources that sit right in settings as well that you can look for as well.
Cool. All right, well, you mentioned privacy. Let's talk about privacy. Apple's consistently highlighted the importance of user privacy, both in your features, but also in legislation as well. What's driving that? I mean, what should people understand about the risks out there?
Sure, so I can start.
Sure.
So privacy and safety are core values of Apple. Everything that we do is designed with privacy and safety from the beginning. You were talking earlier about like quickly creating features and products. That's not how we work. We're very careful in the design of everything we do. We know that one of the reasons that people love Apple is because we have a data minimization principle, which is in essence that you should only collect the amount of information necessary for that feature or service to work. That's a core component. We also have privacy and safety requirements in our App Store guidelines that we rigorously enforce, because it's a very important piece of it. But on the privacy side, especially when it comes to age assurance, from our perspective, we do not believe that someone should have to show ID in order to access things like the news or weather. That doesn't have age-inappropriate content, and so therefore you should not be required to show any kind of identification to access that, because it would be inconsistent with privacy-preserving principles like what you have in your white paper.
Which is a great segue to the next session, but did you want to?
No.
Okay. Well, okay, so you guys have to be engaged with all of the stakeholders across users, lawmakers, App Store developers, you name it. How does Apple view your own roles and responsibility regarding online safety?
Well, we believe that everybody has an important role to play in this, whether that's Apple, whether that's users, parents, developers, and it's really in service of the commitment to that responsibility that we embark on things like bringing this declared age range API forward. I know I'm using the word API, and perhaps not everybody knows what an API is, but if you step back, this is really just tools for developers to be able to take advantage of the fact that a parent has chosen to be a child to be able to share their age range with them so that they can go and do the right thing and create the right age-appropriate experience. Now that said, there are some apps who may need to get information from a government-issued ID or other form of identification in order to deliver the app experience that they need to. And in this case, the declared age range API doesn't replace that. It in fact adds to the whole toolkit that developers have, in addition to all the third-party tools that they're leaning on there. And so again, we want to make it really easy for developers to know what options are available to them and which ones come from Apple. And so you saw the website earlier that brings together all the tools and frameworks so that developers can know how to get the most out of all the tools that are available there.
Brilliant.
And our declared age range API that Raja was mentioning is narrowly tailored, it's privacy preserving, and it's data minimizing. We think that's really important. Some of the proposals that we've seen require an ID to access anything. And we don't think that that's consistent with privacy, the privacy preserving approach. Our contribution here is the declared age range API for developers. We have, as Raja shared earlier, we've created a lot of documentation available about how to use it and how it works, also for parents. And so we know this is a complex issue, and one of the things we love about FOSI is you bring everybody together to have this important conversation. It's a shared responsibility, and we take our responsibility very seriously, and that's why we're here today talking about it.
Oh, it's amazing. Okay, well, look, we have a couple of minutes left. As we wrap, what thoughts, advice do you have for parents, caregivers, the folks out here, in any area of online safety?
Well, at the risk of sounding like a broken record to everybody here, number one, make sure your kids are on the child account. Check their screen time settings and enable age assurance on the App Store. You know, if you do that, you'll have a solid foundation. And from there, on apple.com/family, there's tons of great information about how to get started with all the parental control tools, how to take advantage of all the defaults that are just done for you, and just make sure you're getting the most out of everything. So,
cool.
And I'll just close by saying thank you, Stephen, because just the fact that you convene these conferences every year, I mean, I'm biased. I actually think this is one of the best conferences out there because it is the whole industry together trying to solve these complex problems. So thank you to FOSI and the staff and all the research that you do. We're just very honored to be a part of it and to present here today. So thank you.
Wow. Please join me in thanking Kim and Raja. All right, now we're going to shift gears a little bit and focus on age assurance, something which we've been hearing about all day and all year, for that matter. Many of you will know we convened a working group over the past 6 months to look at the many regulatory and technical developments of the past year or two. We published a white paper, which was in your bag, Balancing Safety and Privacy, and a proportionate age assurance approach. And it's also, by the way, on our website. In addition, and with the generous support of Google, we created a short animated video to try and simplify the complexities of age assurance while also conveying its importance to policymakers, industry, parents, and educators. And we employed the help of an outstanding media producer, Bill Shribman. Bill, are you in the audience at all? Where is Bill? There's Bill, who put this explainer together for us. And now, for the first time, we'd like to show it to you. So if we could roll the tape.
What's the deal with age assurance? The headlines are filled with stories about technology and how it impacts all our lives. It's a complicated time to be a parent. We want to keep our kids safe online, and we want them to grow up to become thoughtful digital citizens. And kids' ages matter. A 7 and a 17-year-old have different online experiences and should have different kinds of protections. Age assurance is one way that websites and apps can help put the right experience in front of the right user. It's the broad term that covers the many ways to figure out the age or age range of a user. Age verification is the most accurate way to know a user's age. It requires more personal information, such as uploading a government ID or connecting to a bank. Age estimation is where companies try to estimate how old a user is. There are many ways to do this, including taking a selfie. Age gating is where users can check a pop-up to self-declare that they are above an age to gain access to an app or a website. There are so many ways people use the internet, and age assurance is not an online safety solution in and of itself. Knowing someone's age is just the first step. The technology we use is changing constantly, and age assurance is a complex concept. There are a lot of approaches and opinions on how to do it. FOSI is here to help. The Family Online Safety Institute is a nonprofit working to make the online world safer for kids and their families. We offer governments, tech companies, and parents thoughtful, independent guidance to solve complicated problems while balancing rights and safety. Figuring out how old someone is without making them provide a ton of personal information is really complicated. Here are some of the ways this is being tackled around the world. They include biometrics, credit card verification systems, government ID, child accounts, parental attestation, self-declaration, bank data checks, document uploads, AI-assisted age estimation, digital IDs, age ratings, facial age estimation, and more. And on top of that, there are key players who have a lot to say about how this gets done. App developers. They need to know how old their users are to provide additional safety features for young people, or to give adults full access to all their products and features. Age assurance providers. These companies are often different from the app developers themselves. They help do the actual assurance process for an app or website to show that a user is a specific age or at least is within a certain age range. And technical infrastructure. This includes the operating systems and app stores who can connect age assurance providers with app developers and then share appropriate age information. At FOSI, we're trying to help the online safety community, from governments to tech companies to families, find the right balance between safety and privacy when it comes to age assurance, to let everyone get the most from the internet. There's no one simple answer here. That said, FOSI believes in a few core principles that we think must be taken into account when company standards and public policies are being considered. These include ensuring the type of age assurance is proportionate to the risk, meaning you probably shouldn't have to upload an ID to use a weather app or a calculator. Uses methods that are privacy-preserving and secure. If users can't trust that their data is safe, these approaches simply won't work. Is easy to use so that kids, teens, and adults can all still have valuable online experiences. And we believe that everyone has a role to play in keeping children's online experiences safer and age-appropriate. As you can see, there's a lot to consider when working on age assurance. Hopefully you'll engage with these topics when you see them in your feeds, or in conversations with your friends, or with your elected representatives. There's a deeper dive into all this at FOSI.org, where you can read the research and our white papers, and learn what all these technologies can do.
Thank you again, Bill. Thank you again, Google. To try and condense that topic to 5 minutes in a way that can be easily shared with, I don't know, your state legislators or your mom was the goal. So please send them to your parents when you get that. It is now available on our website and at the YouTube channel, and we're already being asked for translations, so look out for that too. So to help us dig deeper into this topic, I'm going to hand things back to my good friend and colleague, Andrew Zach. There you are.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Stephen. And thank you, Kate, for being here. We're really grateful for Google's support in the production of this video. And along with an introduction of yourself, would love for you to react to the video and why it's important to start with the basics, the key terms and definitions.
Yeah, sure. And thanks, Andrew. Thanks, FOSI, not just for the video, which I think does a brilliant job of demystifying and taking the complexity down to its component parts, but for your broader leadership. You've done a lot of work on age assurance, so thank you very much for that. Hi, everybody. I'm Kate Charlotte. I'm Senior Director for Privacy, Safety, and Security at Google, including working child safety issues globally. One of the things I love about the video, right, is it deconstructs that complexity, but it does highlight the areas that are so important, the tensions and the trade-offs, the areas like privacy as well as freedom of access to information and making sure that we're able to navigate those complexities. But it's not because we want to admire the complexity or get stuck in the complexity, but I think it really gives us all the tools to have the conversations that are needed to drive this issue forward.
Thank you for saying complexities, because that's what I was thinking of, sort of, as the name of the session suggests, there are many layers to age assurance, and Google has a stake in many of those layers. Can you walk us through how you see your roles and responsibilities at Google when it comes to age assurance?
Yeah, and first I think we should always baseline on what is the purpose here of age assurance. That really comes down to delivering age-appropriate experiences for youth online, putting the right kinds of protections in place for them. That is the end goal. We want to treat teens as teens, and we want to treat adults as adults. And I think every company in this audience, as we just saw from the presentation from Apple and others, we have protections that we put in place for minors and for youth. We, as Google, I mean, it'd be too much time to reel off what those are, but we don't do personalized advertising to kids. We turn Safe Search on, which filters out explicit and violent results. We turn on a youth-designed experience on Gemini, our chatbot app, and that does include persona protections, so protections around it, pretending to be human or engaging in significant emotional conversations, right? But the question then becomes, how do you know who to apply those protections to? And that's where age assurance comes in. So for Google, we have developed a approach to age estimation, where we use machine learning to take the signals that we get. No additional information needs to be collected, but to use the signals that we have to estimate whether a user is likely to be above 18 or below 18. And even if that user has told us that they are an adult, if our estimation capability assesses that they are likely to be a minor, we will turn on all of those protections that we have for minors.
Thank you for bringing up the machine learning aspect, because I know there's a lot of aspects here to cover. And I know we mentioned our white paper, which everyone did get a physical copy of in the bags this morning. And that walks through some of the credentialing process, some examples of interoperability and zero-knowledge proof privacy protections. Can you walk us through Credential Manager? Because that is different than what you were just talking about, machine learning, right?
Yeah, so in addition to the machine learning technology that we apply for our own role in understanding better the age of our users, we also know that this is an area that is challenging for the entire ecosystem. And so we have developed 2 APIs. They're called the Credential Manager API and the Digital Credentials API. They're basically the same thing, but one of them works on Android and the other works on Chrome, because it's important that this kind of capability is scalable. And you can think about it as the pipes or the infrastructure that connects those who need age, the app developers, the websites, with those who have age. Might be an age credential held in a wallet. There are national apps, for example, in Europe that are developing this capability as well. And really provide that infrastructure layer to facilitate privacy-preserving age signal sharing and building in the technology. We've talked about zero-knowledge proof. Zero-knowledge proof is a privacy-enhancing technology that's been around for a while, but it hasn't been usable for the use case of age assurance. And so our engineers have innovated to enable that for privacy-preserving age assurance, and we've open sourced it. But I think it always comes down to still thinking about risks and the importance of distinguishing between high risks and low risks. And there are a range of risks online. And so as we're thinking about, in the video, you talked about digital IDs and age verification, right? Digital IDs and age verification should really be, because it is more privacy invasive, it should, and potentially kind of can cut people off who don't have those kinds of things, should be reserved for the higher risk use cases, and less confident methods are for lower risk use cases.
A couple of different areas I want to follow up there, and thank you for talking about the technical complexities, because as not a technologist, as a policy person, I'm trying to help the policymakers understand where there might be friction or where there might be challenges or unintended consequences or opportunities too. So, working at Google, experiencing, wrestling with these technical challenges, like, is there something that you've learned through that process of like how to be in the weeds of whether it's compliance or getting ahead of that, like maybe an unexpected roadblock or a surprising breakthrough?
Yeah, I mean, I will say I've been working on this issue. I have been at Google now for 6 years, and this was one of the first things that was thrown at me when I came to Google. And it is probably the hardest thing that I have attempted to, work on because the trade-off and the complexities are so significant. So I guess the breakthroughs come when we're all in the room kind of together wrestling with it. And so, I think that's why some of the convenings and the industry convenings that you all have held have been so valuable because, you don't if you just do it through one stakeholder set, you're not getting the whole picture. But if you bring in the privacy folks, everybody to the table, that's when you make progress. And I'll say also, like, where we were a year ago is completely different from, as a community, as an ecosystem, is completely different from today. And so I think the pace is quite significant.
Yes, that's what we've seen as well. It's been a really acceleration both in the technology and the policy. And we're still talking about age assurance for the next little bit, but we don't have to solve it all in this moment. But we've seen in the states, sticking with policy, states, federally and internationally, legislation about age assurance having passed and more is coming. What needs to be improved or changed to get that right? Like, what's a good age assurance policy?
Yeah.
What would you like to see?
Well, first I just want to say all the legislation that is out there is well-intentioned. Like, the legislators are wrestling with a really hard problem, and we want to be constructive in engaging with that to find the right solutions. I think no surprise to anybody, there have been proposals out there around App Store-based age assurance that we haven't supported, and that's for some of the reasons that we saw in earlier panels, but we don't think that everybody should have to verify with an ID just to access basic online services, apply for a job. We don't think that we should be blasting out granular age ranges to millions of developers that don't need it in order to deliver a safe experience. We think parents should be they shouldn't be overwhelmed like cookie consents, right, with consents that they can't even turn off, that could be many times a day, because they don't think that'll give reasonable consents. And we think it needs to be scalable, right? It has to not just work on the App Store, it has to work on websites. You can't just have kids they run into one roadblock, they just head to a website. Right, so it has to be scalable, and so we've developed a framework for how we think this is workable that addresses some of those issues. We think there's been some good, reasonable proposals. There's a good proposal in Ohio, one that just passed in California, and definitely worth coming to the table as a community on.
And that California was 1043?
Yes, yeah, 1043.
You said it earlier, it was in the video. FOSI always likes to say that age assurance is not an online safety solution in and of itself, but it enables age-appropriate experiences, which are therefore safer. So with that kind of table setting, how does age assurance fit into Google's overall work?
Yeah, I think it's such a nice way. It is an enabler because it's that enabler of then creating that age-appropriate experience. I will say it's also not the only way to provide that age-appropriate experience online. There's a lot of baseline protections like what we have in place on Search for Everybody. Right? There's a lot of baseline protections that you don't even need to know age in order to deliver. I would also say that literacy and the work that we all need to be doing around digital literacy, AI literacy, that is a really important element of the path forward here. We just, somebody was talking about the Girl Scouts earlier. We just partnered with the Girl Scouts of USA to do a family challenge and a patch. I was a 12-year Girl Scout, so I wish I could have this patch. But a patch to really understand, our program Be Internet Awesome and how to thrive in the digital world. Because I think, I've heard this before, and I really think it's apt. We want to be protecting kids in the digital world, not from the digital world. And so I think age assurance is one part of that.
Thank you again for calling back to something we've been saying today and what I said earlier. And if I had known the break is up next, we would have had Girl Scout cookies. We do not. Missed opportunity, but next time. But yes, so unfortunately, we are out of time. Thank you so much, Kate, again, for joining us and on stage and for the video. Thank you, Kate. And because there have been so many age assurance developments this year that we've alluded to, we couldn't fit it all in one discussion. So when we come back from the break, we will continue the age assurance conversation with an announcement and then a panel to follow. So we need a break right now. Thank you, Netflix, for this afternoon break. And we'll see everyone right back here at 3:55 to continue. Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage, Stephen Balcom.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone. Did you get enough tea and coffee? Did you see the bacon? Thank you for bacon. I have over here on the right-hand side. Do I hear more? Bacon is pretty special. When was the last time you went to a policy conference and there was bacon? Seriously. She found her people. People? More bacon people, please join her. Okay, welcome back, folks. Shh. Kindergarten. Shh. That's it. Well done. Thank you. So now we have a very special announcement as we continue this theme of age assurance. Please welcome Julian Corbett, co-founder and chief growth officer of KID. Julian.
Thank you, Stephen. Great to see everybody here. So my name is Julian Corbett. I co-founded KID, but today I'm here as the head of the Open Age Initiative. We've all spent years talking about what age assurance should be. Privacy preserving, proportional, trusted, certified, scalable, interoperable, more recently, reusable. Today, we can finally move from common stated goals to common real-world implementation. After a year of consultation with regulators, platforms, civil society, and industry, OpenAge is coming out of stealth. Under an advisory board, including representatives of FOSI, thank you, Stephen, CIPL, SWGFL, and chaired by the founder of We Protect Global Alliance, Baroness Joanna Shields, we are introducing Age Keys. Age Key is a passkey-based age credential. It is a user-centric solution that is built on the double-blind anonymity architecture established by ARCOM. It delivers trusted authentication instantly, and unlike many concepts discussed in this space, it already exists. It has been used over 5 million times. And during the beta phase, we saw that it saved users over 100,000 hours of verification times. No registration, no app, no walled gardens. It is free and optional for users and operated on a cost recovery model for adopting platforms at a fraction of a cent per usage. So why has this not happened before? The real barriers were never technical. They were misaligned incentives. Platforms have been fearing friction. Verification providers have been fearing a disruption to their business model. Users have been fearing big tech or government control when it comes to their data. And regulators have been fearing delay. OpenAge exists to break that stalemate. In a moment of rising regulation, fragmented rules, exhausted parents, and growing online harms, we must stop treating age assurance as a burden and start seeing it, when reusable, interoperable, and privacy-preserving, as an accelerant. For platforms, healthier communities means better business. For providers, age assurance providers, a growing market with wider adoption of age assurance that works at internet scale. And for users, the most important, a credential that shares one thing and one thing only, whether they meet an age threshold. Finally, for regulators, a sigh of relief that a pragmatic solution is available to all. As of this morning, OpenAge is live. You can visit openageinitiative.org or agekey.org to learn more and create your own credential. If you want to be part of the solution and believe we should protect without profiling, and if you want to help bring about a better, age-appropriate, and more privacy-preserving internet, join the movement. Thank you.
Wow, thank you for that, Julian. You know, in 2000, the year 2000, I served on the Child Online Protection Act Commission, a congressional commission looking at online safety and age assurance, and we concluded in our wisdom that the technology wasn't quite there yet. Well, we're getting there. We're finally getting there, so thank you for that. And right, so actually, it's my pleasure to welcome back onto the stage the very busy today Andrew Zach to introduce his panel. Please welcome the new panel.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I hope you're not sick of seeing me up here. This is the last time for the day. Thank you. We're going to continue the age assurance conversation. So I would love to go down the line with introductions and reactions to anything you've heard this afternoon from the opening age assurance video, my conversation with Google, or the open age announcement we just heard. We'll start with Almudena.
Hi everybody. My name is Almudena Lara, and I'm the Policy Director at Ofcom, the UK online regulation, with specific responsibility on child safety. And prior to being at Ofcom, where I've been just over 2 years, I was also working at Google. So it's been a pleasure to come here today and meet a lot of my colleagues. And it's great to see how some of the things that we were working together on in terms of developing age assurance awareness and more age-appropriate experiences for children, it's coming to fruition now. Some of my reflections sitting in the audience, I was here exactly 3 years ago as well, where Google had funded some age assurance research, and that was at the time was the research that was launched on the day. And at the time, if I look back 3 years ago, loads of things seemed impossible at the time, and nobody could believe that we were going to be leaping forward and seeing so much technological change. And I think it is great to see how once you create a need, and I think that there is quite a lot of understanding that there is a need for things to be different, technology comes and tries to solve that need. And some of the things that we have listened and heard today, I think, are definitely helping to move us in that direction.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Jules Polonetsky. I'm CEO of the Future of Privacy Forum. We're a global organization. Our team is in DC, in Nairobi, in India, in Brussels, Singapore, and we have been working at the intersection of privacy and AI and data and kids and policy for 17 years. Many of our members are the chief privacy officers or the senior people dealing with data governance or AI governance at several hundred companies, as well as academics and civil society and folks who perhaps are occasionally looking skeptically at others around the table. But like FOSI, we believe that getting the range of issues, especially when it is all a bit of a nuanced trade-off, as it so often is in kids policy, is necessary to move forward. I think we heard all day today a deep awareness of those nuances and those trade-offs. When I started out, it was very often many of us in our corners. You care about kids, you don't. And things didn't move forward. And I think today, doesn't matter where you sort of sit in this chain, everyone recognizes that, you know, doing maybe what they want 100% in the most strict way means that there are going to be trade-offs with other people not being able to use the technology or freedom of speech. But then the people, I think, who live and breathe freedom of speech, I think are recognizing and listening to what happens in local legislatures and parent groups around the world and understanding that at the end of the day, we need to compromise and figure out how to move forward. Excited to sort of hear the KID news. I think the general notion that forcing the question of interoperability is now. We will see age signals, whether we'll be debating who gets them and how many of them and what they mean. But we are going to see a plethora of age signals, obviously because of all of the new national laws, state laws, California, elsewhere. And how we handle those is now the question that is being called. I was pleased to hear Stephen call out the need for a national privacy law, which again gets left by the side. I don't know that Ofcom in the UK could be doing its work if it wasn't built around the structure of the GDPR and then the UK GDPR being in place. I think no matter what smart things we do, federal or state, if we don't have sort of this baseline that covers everybody with definitions in a logical way, it ends up being leaky and faulty. So glad to hear that call out. Glad to hear a number of people call out the point that every single company and every single app having full identity and full age is going to be a bit of a chaotic situation. I think that's going to happen very quickly as developers all will be getting information from the operating systems. And there's a huge range of companies who are not in this room because you're all folks that are dealing with these issues. There's a whole bunch of companies, maybe that weather app that has been mentioned 12 times, but probably 100,000 others who are going to be like, what? Kids, I'm a news service. What do I do with this? I have ad tech, I have stuff, I have comments, and they're not going to know what to do. And so I think we all need to be thinking hard about how to either nuance that, provide the flexibility, or help them understand what they're going to do, or help policymakers understand that that might not be their intended goal.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Sydney Silvestre. I work at New America's Open Technology Institute, which is a think tank here in Washington, D.C. I lead our data use and privacy portfolio, but I also used to work more in the youth well-being space, so I also get called in to do these things. I think that I agree with Almedina and Jules in terms of generally where we are. This used to be something that it felt like there was no solution, no path forward. It's interesting to see how far the conversation has advanced. I often tell people that the reason I got into tech policy was because I really like gray areas, which is very true. I don't like a black and white solution. Once I've solved the problem, I'm like, okay, what next? So I think all these conversations we're having are really interesting. The thing that comes up for me is, so in a past life, I used to do research related to improving foster care for youth who'd been commercially sexually exploited. And so when I think about age assurance, I often think about that, which might seem like a tangent, but it's really rooted in how I think we need to approach these issues, which is making sure that they work for everyone. And a lot of times when we talk about age assurance or age estimation, we're talking about a very specific type of young person who has parents who are relatively digitally literate, who are involved, who even have someone who can affirm that they are the age they are. And I think there's that component that's really important, which is generally that you need to be building these systems so that they work for everyone. I don't believe that restriction without education works. Generally, I think you actually need to make sure that youth and agency is prioritized. And the other component of this, because I do work on privacy, I don't think that privacy and security have to be in opposition, but I do think that they need to be contended with, and there's a lot of questions there that we still have. But really exciting news generally. I'm excited to dig a little bit more into the specs of the announcement that we just heard and to better understand that, and excited for this conversation.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, we have a lot to dive in on. To get a little more specific, 2025 has been a pivot, as we've alluded to, has been a pivotal year for age assurance. Laws going into effect requiring highly effective age assurance, laws requiring verification at specific levels in the technology stack being challenged in court, technological assessments and reviews about the plausible tech options for conducting age assurance, creation and adoption of international standards, certifications, technical innovation from industry big and small. What are some of the key takeaways or key things we've learned this year, in any order?
I'm happy to get us started, since the UK has been leading quite a lot of that charge. So 2025 has been a big year for us. We started the year with the publication in January of the highly effective age assurance guidance. And then in July, 25th of July, where some people have called the AA Day, was when all the requirements to implement highly effective age assurance came into force, and that required porn providers as well as services that allow suicide, self-harm, eating disorder content to put an age gate to prevent children from accessing that type of content. So what we have seen since is that actually the top 10 porn providers in the UK have now an age gate in place. that actually, if you try to get access to some of the top 100 porn providers as well, you are likely to encounter an age gate as well. And what we saw is that in the period right after the implementation of the requirements, so in the month of August, the visits to independent age assurance providers went from 1 million in June to 7.5 million in August. So a clear proof point that actually the law is resulting in more age-aware experiences and more age checks. But like we are not complacent. The 2025 is been a key year, but still loads of things need to happen. In particular, we need to make sure that all of those providers that have a duty to implement highly effective age assurance have an age assurance in place, and we need to make sure that all of them meet the requirements, the highly effective age assurance requirements from Ofcom, as well as in the UK, as Jules said, they are also subject to data privacy law, and they also need to comply with those laws. And I think the other thing that we are seeing, and today has been the proof of it, is that technology is very rapidly evolving. So I think if you asked me a year ago, I wouldn't have guessed that we would be this far in terms of the technology and the technological solutions to help solve the age assurance problem.
One theme that seems to be driven by a lot of the youth-related concerns is personalization. If ads are personalized, we don't want that. If the feed is personalized, we don't want that. If the content is personalized, maybe it's creating a filter bubble. If there's location being used to personalize, that's high risk. And the reality is we're living in this world where your chatbot kind of doesn't work effectively for you if it isn't a bit personalized by the two things you said previously. So one thing that we're charting out, sort of, you have your age assurance here, okay, now what exactly? Now, well, I've got to deal with the fact that there are a lot of laws that say you now must do this or that, but can we better unpack what are all the different ways personalization is used? What are we worried about? What are all the possible harms? And then can we do a better job at saying, here's what we actually want. We want a youth-appropriate advertising experience. We want a youth-appropriate feed. What kind of feed is good? Is it, what are the harms? Is it that it's going to be too engaging? Is it that it's going to, put me in a narrow spot? Do we have different solutions or better solutions? If I buy a Starbucks coffee and it automatically uses my location to say, here's where you're placing your remote order, right? Is that exactly what we want to turn off? So we're trying to chart that out, and we'll welcome input from many of you as we go forward in that direction. Second quick point, almost every conference that I've been to, privacy, technology policy, has become an AI conference, and it has taken over the debate. So kudos, because we've talked about a lot of other things, although we've talked about chatbots and AI, but I think the reality is there's some risk that we're solving today's web when every one of us is probably using our phone a bit differently than we were in how we quickly go to an LLM, or we use Google Notebook this, or we use this, or we use that. And when you keep an eye on what's happening now, agentic AI and model context protocol, and the rapid pace that every organization is kind of throwing everything they have, and I don't know, maybe this will all fail, and maybe it'll be the biggest thing in the world, but the web is changing as fast as we've ever seen it change. And are we latching on to today's technology and business models, or how are we thinking about the same concerns we have, but for what is rapidly going to be the world of agentic AI and of LLMs built into the fabric of every toy? And I'll close with just, we're seeing the same reaction, right? In the early days, and I started out at AOL and had teams working on all of the relevant issues that we're talking about here today, and the calls were always ban the social media, ban this, ban that, because of the concerns. The idea that we're banning, not chatbots, that's just a way to deal with an LLM by typing to it, right? There are a million different ways you can interact with an LLM. that are becoming the core of what every person on the internet is using in one shape or another. And so a little bit more nuance so that we are focused on provide the right experience for different age groups, as opposed to if it tries to do something social or emotional. If you're in school and you're using ed tech, the fact that there's some personalization and that you get a different, sorry, you got this wrong, whether or not you're a top student or a struggling student, that's a positive social emotional thing based on some good behavioral science that, you know, if I want you to not feel terrible and go and, you know, work harder and so on and so forth, I might want the ed tech to respond in different ways. So let's do things that are evidence-based as opposed to, you know, knee-jerk change. And also let's recognize that it's just moving so quickly. The benefit of it moving so quickly is maybe we can actually learn a little bit from what we didn't get right the first time and kind of raise our hand and say, hey, this agentic stuff, you haven't built it yet. Where are the controls that are going to make sure that we know about age? Where are the controls that are going to make sure that we know about where the data is going? Where are all the compliance things that we need so we don't need people kind of figuring out how to slap it on once the genie is out of the bottle and the business models are built?
There's so much there. Thank you, Jules. I think that thinking on that, so I want to pick up on one of the things that you said, which is that we are trying to regulate for the web of today, but that it's advancing very quickly. I think that's true. And I also think that a lot of the solutions that we have are the same solutions. Like if you pass a data privacy law, you are helping to figure out a lot of the issues that you have with AI. That is just a fact. And also if we can pass a data privacy law, we can stop talking about it, which would be great, though I would also really like a federal data privacy law as a plug. But I think that to come back to your earlier question, Andrew, with what was it about 2025? I think that what we're really seeing, the main trend to me, is that we are trying to solve a not solely technical problem with tech. I think that's what it comes back to. It's like there's so many components to what we're trying to do with online digital safety for young people, for not for young people, that are not actually tech problems, but we are saying that if we figure out age estimation, if we figure out age verification, we will solve all those issues. That's not totally true, right? Like there's a replication of what happens online that also is part of your offline experience. And we are at the same time defunding mental health care in schools. We are also not making sure that we have the right safeguards and securities in place for all people who are using the web. There are some people who are also, I don't know that anyone would not benefit from being able to block someone that they don't want to have interact with them on a specific platform. That is something that can work for most people. But I think that we've kind of tried to your point, Jules tried to kind of be in these little silos where we say, well, if we can solve this, then we'll have solved this specific problem and we won't actually have to address some of the broader social implications of all these things. So I think for me, the main thing with 2025 is that there are components of this that are very much a tech problem that we need to address as a tech problem. There's also a lot of components that are not a tech problem, and I think that if we had a broader approach to it, which is harder to do, right? Part of the reason why we want to solve age estimation, age verification is because it is, in a lot of ways, the solution is you verify someone's age, you build the right spaces so that you can either keep the right people in or keep the wrong people out, have a tailored experience, and then there you go, presto, solved it all, right? But there's a lot more to what's going on online and offline that I think that gets lost in that conversation a little bit.
Thank you for bringing up also another opportunity for us to say that data privacy law would solve a lot. Yeah. For age assurance specifically, we would say that passing a data privacy law lowers the stakes for age assurance, where people would be more likely to give over their data and go through an age check if there were collection, use, retention limitations. So yes, +1 again. Thank you, Jules. And for pointing out the speed of tech making things hard for regulators, how do you get ahead of it? Luckily, we have a regulator on stage, but wanted to say, for Sydney and Jules, who, if anyone, has gotten age assurance regulation right? And for Almudena, why is it Ofcom? Opportunity to plug here.
I think I will say, one of the things I really appreciate about Ofcom, which I was saying earlier, to Almudena specifically, which was nice. I really like any regular that approaches something from what is the problem we're actually trying to solve here, and let's figure out what the evidence base needs to be before we jump into solving it. And so the harms registry, for example, you can tell how much work went into that, and it's a very thoughtful body of work. I think France has done some interesting stuff with ZPK, so zero knowledge proof. I think that's also really important because they're building in privacy by design from the outset too. So anyone who's actually thoughtful about how should we approach this and not age verification will solve all of our problems, so let's pass a bill and ban kids, from, I don't know, whatever age it is, which I don't know if we want to get into the age ban of it all. But, so yes, I appreciate a thoughtful approach.
I think New York's being careful with its AG providing guidance under its law, where it's focused more on setting benchmarks than coming up with sort of specific technologies. I think that's helpful. I think there's some nuance in the AB 1043, because frankly, it was a negotiation and lots of various stakeholders debating. So I think there's some nuance in there. I think that is helpful. The one thing I like in there, although it's a little bit challenging to businesses, it calls for evidence-based sort of measures to deal with some of the challenges. Many of the new state laws on privacy, although they may be welcome, few of them made exceptions for research, to my frustration. Some do, some don't. So for a lot of them, providing data to a researcher, even in a very limited and careful way, to do the sort of research you might want to do about a platform, to know whether or not a particular intervention works or doesn't, is a sale of data with all of the challenges that come with that. And so we have, I think, a good awareness that doing research in this space is hard, right? I can't give one kid the dangerous experience and the other kid the safe experience and then say, oh, look, that one worked, right? But the reality is companies are A/B testing stuff all the time. The only question is whether or not we're going to have researchers, independent, also able to hammer on this and be part of that conversation. And we haven't made that easier. We've made it a bit harder.
So why Ofcom? I think we need to have a bit of a pinch of humility. I don't think that anybody is getting it right yet. I think that we are all moving forward in hopefully in the right direction. But we are here at a point in time where we are about to implement really big societal change. And that takes a lot of effort, and also we might need to test and try a few things, and some of them will work and some of them might not work, but we need to really think about what's the evidence behind and how do we go about collecting the evidence. But some of the things that I think Ofcom has got right is that, first of all, I think the case for change has been made very strongly. So we spend a lot of time researching about the experiences of children online and about how they get exposed from very early on to pornography, that the content of the pornography that they get exposed to is ever more extreme. So the evidence is that is 13, the average at which they get exposed to this content, some much earlier. And we've also researched how children in primary education tell us that violent content is unavoidable, and that really cannot be right. Like the case for change is strong. And then when it comes to age assurance, I think that you've mentioned this as well. Age assurance is not conceived as an end in and of itself. It's a means to an end. You need to think, like, if I'm going to age assure, if I'm going to be much more age aware of where my children are, it needs to be for a purpose. And you need to think about, like, what type of experience do we want for children? And I think that makes it a bit more technology resilient, in that actually that is a concept that works regardless of the technology that it applies to. And we've been, when thinking about the type of technology that might be able to meet the standard of highly effective age assurance, we've been technology neutral. We've tried to really not narrow down and lock in the technology of today, but actually to allow for room for technological development.
And thank you for that, especially as it might stand in contrast with some things we've seen in the US, where there is a bit more of an endorsement of one approach or another. And just to flag for the previous bills mentioned, We do, I don't know if you were able to attend, but we do have someone from the New York Attorney General's office here, and they were talking about their work for the Safe for Kids Act, and then also for California was California's or AB 1043. So just for people to look up. I would love to take a question from the audience before we run out of time. So there's been a lot of age assurance talk. Who would like to ask a question?
Oh, brutal guys.
I can keep going, that's fine.
I have a question about the biometrics that you're using, collecting.
You got it.
For example,
Mike right behind you. Livestream.
Oh, Livestream,
Yep.
right. Hi, thank you. I have a question for Ofcom regarding your biometric usage to declare the age of the individual. So for example, in Sweden, each individual is given the right to own their likeness for commercial use. How do you protect the individual for their biometrics not getting out into the general public for commercial use here in America?
Just to be clear, like we don't carry out biometrics of any sort. What we have done is we've published our guidance, and in our guidance what we say is we list, and it's not a closed list of technologies that have the potential of being highly effective, and as part of that we list, in that list we have facial age estimation. But that is not about collecting biometrics data. It is about using facial age estimation as part of being able to say if someone is over or under a certain age level, and mostly the case is around 18. So to be able to say if someone is over the age of 18 or under the age of 18, we don't expect any of that data or any extra data about the individual, their identity, or any other ID markers to be used as part of that process or kept by the age assurance verification provider.
But it's through facial recognition.
It's not through facial recognition. It's not about recognizing if that Andrew is Andrew and Andrew is over the age of 18. It's about establishing that the person that is trying to access a site is over the age of 18, but it is not about, it's not linked to his ID or his personal information or personal data.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to close with the title of this session of getting back to this. Have we finally arrived? Can we today do effective, accurate, interoperable, affordable, privacy-preserving age assurance? And if not, are we close? What will it take to get us there? And this is for the whole panel.
I think no. I think we're getting closer, which is interesting. I think we still need to come back to the idea of, to my mind, age estimation should be rare and it should be specific. It shouldn't be something that we apply as a broad stroke. I don't think we've necessarily solved that issue first. But I also think that beyond that, the privacy preserving piece is really important, but I think it lowers the risk. And like, so we saw, I don't know how many people following this, but with the Discord breach recently, with a bunch of ID breaches, like that to my mind really illustrates some of the issues that I think are at the core of this. And I think you can't have anything that makes the internet safer if you're also not prioritizing people's data privacy in there as well. And so I think the thing that's really important with age estimation is that there needs to be choice, there needs to be context, there needs to be proportionality. I think we're getting closer to figuring that out, but I also think that, and this conversation has been great, and generally this whole conference, because it's more focused on what are we missing and what is the problem that we're trying to solve, as opposed to just like, we have figured this out, and so let's move forward. But I think like the final point that I'll make is that we really need to be treating kids as independent agents that we want to develop, and not as people who can be locked out of systems and then suddenly magically when they're 18 years old, here you go, like keys to the kingdom. And I think we're making a lot of progress on that, but I'd like to see more.
I'll say yes, but I'm going to actually say it's because we're saying age assurance, which includes a lot of things. And so if indeed we think there are different stages of what I might need that are appropriate for different kinds of services and sites, and if we're ready to apply that sort of tiered risk approach, this is a high-risk service where teens are talking to other people, blah, 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 blah. Yes, we want a high level, sorry about your rights and so forth. This has got to be done in a highly reliable way. This is a more general service, general app. The worst thing that happens is you're going to get like automatically your weather for your location or the local Starbucks near you. Okay, maybe I don't need age, maybe declaration is possible. So I think if we're ready to recognize that there are tiers of risk, and I think the risk assurance framework from Ofcom does a nice job of that, and we use the privacy enhancing technology to minimize the risk of the most intrusive. I really need to know who you are because you're getting into this daycare facility to go do this high risk thing and pick up your kid. If we're ready to tier it and agree to the right risk and the right levels, I think we can do it. If we're going to be applying, intrusive methods to the massive population, we're going to have people flipping it off and freaking out, and we're going to have chaos.
Thank you. I'm going to try to be brief since we are at time. I would say that it's probably a journey. It's age assurance might not quite be a destination, but just part of a journey, and we are moving really in the right direction. Where I would say that we finally have arrived to the end of an age-blind use of technology. So that I think that we have come to the conclusion that actually when it comes to children need to have different, more supported experiences, and how do those look is up for debate. But actually, I think there is quite a lot of consensus that this age-blind use of the internet and technology is probably over.
I love that we had an hour plus of age assurance and came to 3 slightly different conclusions with this question. Fantastic. We'll keep it going another day. Thank you to this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Please welcome to the stage Senior Director of Public Policy at TikTok and incoming FOSI Chair, Eric Ebenstein.
Camera, you're very prepared.
I love it. Thank you. It's great to be here on behalf of TikTok and FOSI's board, working together to build safer, more positive spaces for young people. At TikTok, we believe that creating for youth means creating with youth, by listening to the things they have to say and working with them to help us design smarter safety solutions. So in a minute, a couple of the panelists are going to come out. You're going to be led by Corey Ponder, my colleague, moderator. I was with Corey in Singapore a couple of weeks ago. He moderates a mean panel, so you're in good hands. And arguably more importantly, he has a really strong SOC game. And if you know me, that's really important to me, so be on the lookout for that. You're going to have Marcelina, who's a freshman at Stanford on our youth council. I'm pretty sure she gets more done in a day in college than I did in a month in college, but that might be a story for another time. And last but not least, Hannah from one of our great partners at Presidia. The panel is called Building Together, the Power of Youth Co-Design in Tech. Thanks so much.
All right, well, first of all, thank you, Eric, for that introduction. What he didn't tell you is that I did that panel mostly dancing and singing, so I went over very well. But I'm grateful to FOSI to give us this space to actually have a conversation around what meaningful youth engagements looks like. I'm grateful for all of you being in the room because you clearly care about the topic, and we're excited to have the conversation with all of you. And I'm also excited for the conversation we're going to have with our panelists here. So as Eric mentioned, my name is Corey Ponder, and I work within our Trust and Safety Department. My team specifically focuses on working with NGOs who are also thinking about these types of issues every day. and thinking about how we can advance the conversations around trust and safety. And so my team is full of a bunch of policy experts and issue experts who works on that. I am joined by two people. The first, immediately to my left, is Marcelina Machonk, and she is one of our global TikTok Youth Council representatives, so we're excited to have her here, as well as Hannah Edwards, who is representing Presidio Safeguarding, and again has been a longtime partner with us on our work with youth. So I'm going to jump in. We'll hopefully have some time at the end for Q&A, so also, get those questions bubbling up, and hopefully we'll have a chance to take a couple of those at the end. To start, though, I'm going to start with you, Hannah. I'm sure the audience would love to know a little bit more about yourself. So if you could tell me your full name, age, what you currently are doing, and what does your For You feed currently look like?
Okay. So, hi, I'm Hannah Edwards. I am the Head of Participation and Engagement for Presidio Safeguarding. So we are based in the UK, and we are really proud to be here today as facilitators of the amazing TikTok Global Youth Panel. Did you say age? I'm 42.
How about we do it?
That's okay, I'm good with it. I'm proud
okay.
I'm 42.
I was say, or how many rotations of youth council support maybe have you done for TikTok?
Oh, okay, good, yes. So we're going into the third. We're going to the third rotation. My For You page. Well, I'm from the UK, okay? And if anyone is from the UK and is not entirely obsessed with Celebrity Traitors UK, then where have you been? So, yes. So I am proud to say that my content is entirely formed around that, and particularly Claudia Winkleman and her outfits. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah, thank you. All right, Marcelina, same questions.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marcelina Machonk. I'm 19 years old. I come from Poland. I was born and raised there. And now, for the past 6 weeks, I'm based in California as I'm a freshman at Stanford studying data science. Thank you. Dreams come true, seriously. I'm passionate about cybersecurity, AI, and politics. So it's my second year with TikTok Global Youth Council. I'm very excited as it's the first week of the second term now. So it's incredibly inspiring to be part of the board that has so many young people that are passionate about making our world safer. But as I said, I'm passionate about politics. So I'm also part of NATO Youth Advisory Board. I was appointed by the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte. So connecting those both worlds mean that my feed goes into both politics, AI, and news. That's why I'm passionate about those fields, and my dream is to later apply AI into the field of politics and come back to Poland in 17 years exactly. As the Constitution says, I need to be 35 to run for president of Poland. So
there we go. You heard it here, folks. Today was the day that Marcelina announced her candidacy for president.
In 17 years.
In 17 years.
So so soon, as we can say.
Exactly.
But as I'm a student, I'm managing both worlds. So my feed is also about youth participation, but also trends, as every young teenager has. So I'm learning a lot about Gemini from Google, and how to actually manage Gemini and help me with my studies at Stanford. So always every tip I can get from TikTok is very helpful in daily student life. And I recommend everyone using it and getting the inspiration from there too.
Thank you. So in fairness, I will also say what's on my For You feed, which is a little niche maybe, but I like watching the creation of art and painting. So
wow.
Yeah, like I feel like it's a bit of a visual ASMR, wow. But yeah, so a lot of that. So as we mentioned, we have our youth council. We're 3 years or going on 3 years now of the youth council. But it had to start somewhere with an idea. So I want to talk to you first, Hannah, and I want to raise this question with you. Can you tell us how our Global Youth Council was formed and how the partnership with TikTok has evolved from your perspective?
Sure. So Presidio first became involved with TikTok when we were onboarded to do some online safety research into young people's, what they think the risks are on the platform. So we obviously gained a huge insight in that research into how young people navigate these risks, but also into just how much TikTok means to young people, I think. And we went on then in 2021 to lead a study that was sponsored by TikTok, which really kind of explored prevention education responses to online dangerous challenges. And that really kind of looked at best practice on a global scale in this area. And was a really interesting. TikTok were hugely open in commissioning this research. We also then looked at evaluating some creator safety campaigns with young people. And it was around that time that TikTok approached us with the idea of setting up a youth council. I think at the time, Presidio were already running some significant youth panels, and I think TikTok recognized that participation is very much part of Presidio's DNA. And so, TikTok wanted it to be big and global and diverse and pretty immediate, I think. So we started to recruit fairly safely but quickly. And then the first year of the Youth Council happened. We had online meetings, which were a huge success. And it's evolved from there. Year 2 was even bigger and even better. And this year saw the first TikTok Global Youth Summit in London this year, which was amazing. And year 3 is looking to be even bigger and even better still. But I think it's important to say that we don't just measure that growth in terms of scale and size of the project. It's also about that real growth in understanding and the real understanding of the potential of these young people and the voices that they have in this space. And it's the real understanding of how they want to engage and how they want to participate. And I think we learned pretty early on that they don't just want to say, they want to do, they want to be. So we've evolved to try and build spaces around that and opportunities for them to do that. And I think that, we've been fortunate. We've had some amazing cheerleaders within TikTok right from the beginning. And now that has evolved, and we have Dan Mills, who does that in the most amazing way for us. And supported by Corey, supported by leadership. And that real buy-in has meant that we've been able to grow a real culture which is based around trust and respect amongst the young people, us as facilitators, but also across trust and safety teams within TikTok. So I think that's where the real growth has been, and we are really looking forward to 2026.
Thank you, and I just want to say, one, the Youth Council Summit, we have over 25 youth on the panel on our council now, but it was great to see them all come together and convene. And really, I think the partnership, as you were saying, has been fruitful for us, especially when you think about how we bring more inclusion and diversity into the conversation, and also encourage the youth to actually participate in dialogue and encourage that. And speaking of encouraging dialogue, Marcelina, you do a lot of things, of course, engaging across issues that you care about, from mental health to other things around youth participation. But the TikTok Youth Council, I'm so curious how you actually found and first heard about the council, and then what was it? Was it a passion, or was it an interest or an issue that motivated you to apply to lend your voice to this council?
So as every young teenager, I used TikTok for a lot of years so far. So I joined TikTok when I was 13. So for now, it's so many years that I inspired from TikTok, and I grew with TikTok. And I'm representing also a generation that is growing with technology. So technology isn't just an addition to our life, we're growing, and as technology evolves, we're growing with it. So we're not even talking about technology as an addition for our parents or grandparents that are new to technology in some way, but we are the ones who are from school. We were always taught how to write and type on laptop from very beginning. That's why me growing up, I seen my friends from school also struggling with many things, as TikTok can be a platform when you grow and inspire, but where you can also feel peer pressure. And this is what I saw in my colleagues, that many of them struggled with mental health. And for example, even recently with OpenAI that published the report, more than 1 million people every week are discussing suicide with ChatGPT. And this is what I saw when I was growing up. When I was 13 years old, my best friend told me that she has suicidal thoughts and she would like to commit suicide, which for me as a young girl that was raised in a home that always looks for the bright side, for pink lenses, it was a shock. And I wanted to support her because it wasn't any statistic. And I feel like when we are young, we are taught only those statistics, but we are not taught why they matter and how to help. And that statistic, when I was 13, became my best friend. And it was the time that I wanted to act. That's why, firstly, I didn't know where does her problems and struggles come from, whether it's home or colleagues. So I wanted to create an environment that is supportive and friendly. And I created an initiative called Blue Box of Mental Health that works in Poland in more than 300 schools right now, supporting more than 170,000 students in anonymous, safe ways to help psychologists. And looking into how I can help with mental health and how can I impact even more students that are my age and who are going through the same problems, same situations, sometimes peer pressure of what they should follow, which trend. I wanted to support them and teach them how to navigate through an online world. So working a lot with government in Poland, one of the representatives from the Ministry of Education while I was working there also shared with me the possibility that if I'm interested in cybersecurity and the online world, there's a wonderful global council that I should be interested in. And so I did. And so I got interested in joining the Youth Council. And even as you could hear from many young representatives today, youth councils are a great form for us as young people to make our voices heard. And we can see the tangible impact. And this impact I wanted to bring to my peers, not only to have a title and that's it. And this is what I love about TikTok, that it's not a council that is connecting twice a year and we are only updating about what happened in school, but we are actually having the access to many departments of TikTok, discussing policies, safety features, and also advising on new things that will come even this year, thanks to what we did in the council in my previous term. So this is what got me excited, mostly mental health, and this is how I was starting my social work. But it brought me today to a level that when I'm going back to the university and I'll be back from FOSI, and the new features will come out, and my colleagues will say, hey, Marcelina, have you seen the new mental health features on TikTok? And I'll be like, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. So, you know, those are the feelings, those tangible impact you can bring that makes me want to go and continue into my third term and support the platform to be safer for future.
Thank you. So I want to say thank you for your vulnerability in sharing that story. And also, I think it really highlights the importance of bringing the lived experience into the work that we do so that we can continue to improve and iterate on some of those policies and products that you mentioned. I want to follow up on one thing that you said earlier, just about the importance of youth voice and the conversation with platforms. I mean, why? We talked a little bit about it, but why do you feel like tech platforms should be engaging youth to actually hear their voice or their perspective?
As Eric was saying, also at the beginning, introducing the panel, in order to create a safe platform, we need to work with youth. Although I'm speaking from the youth perspective, I believe in that truly, that we are the users of the platform today, and we are not just any statistic there. Because for sure, we are living in the world of AI, of joining so many platforms, and the amount of social media apps is growing every day. That's why, like, thinking of how they're expanding, many people are following trends, and many tech companies are following trends, what is selling, what is a good product, how can we sell it to young people. But actually asking those users, why do they believe that those features are important, are what makes the app stand out, and why we as young people want to use it. Because today, we are not only the users, we are actually the real life proof of what works and what doesn't. And we can, from the young generation, also the companies can see how our lifestyle works, what are our sleeping hours, what are our relationships, friendships, because we are taking inspirations from applications like TikTok. So if you would like to have access to people from all around the world, we can connect with them very quickly and get inspirations on a school project, or even, for example, how to be a good friend in the world, or hear those get ready with me stories about friendship, about relations, and about family. And this is what matters, that we are hearing stories and life scenarios of lives of different people. And based on that, as we are looking into tech companies, and this is what we did also as the Youth Advisory Board, we were looking into new features, like for example, sleeping hours, or family pairing, or time away. And we could actually advise TikTok on what is important for us. How can we make sure that we will have notifications about our sleeping hours? That now every teen that is around 16 years old, after 10 p.m. will get a full screen notification that it's time to sleep. And you cannot miss it. And we love it. Because sometimes it's easy to scroll through in the evening when you're tired after school. But we like to make informed decisions. So for us as the board, and we are coming from so many different countries, from Asia, Australia, Europe to US, we know that we would like to make those decisions informed. And TikTok can learn from our live scenarios. We are not data. We are living the media. We are living the app. So if we would like to create a family pairing feature, it's the best to talk to our parents, to discuss it, how to make the world's digital world better. Because it's not only the life world we're dealing with, but it's both at the same time.
Yeah, thank you. I want to actually ask you, Hannah, you see the passion, you see obviously the enthusiasm for the work. As a platform, from your perspective, as platforms that are engaging with youth, and maybe thinking about examples from TikTok's Youth Council, how have you seen the council effectively engage with leadership across trust and safety, across product? And then from your perspective, how do you create an environment where youth get a chance to have these types of passionate conversations?
I think a lot of it comes down to the really careful planning of these engagements. And you know, when we look about setting up a youth council or engagement, a huge amount of resource and time goes into safely onboarding, recruiting young people, as it should. We should absolutely make sure we are safeguarding these young people as we onboard them. But I think it's really important alongside that to afford time to really carefully content plan these engagements in terms of what we're going to look at over a period of meetings. And I think time needs to be set aside to collaborate with trust and safety teams across policy, you know, across product, to really think where are the real opportunities for youth voice to make a real meaningful change within this period of the council. And once those key areas have been identified, we really need to look carefully at the timings of that. At what point in this product development, at what point in this policy development, is there a real window of potential influence that these young people can have? And then we need to plan our engagements carefully around that. And by doing that forward planning as part of this TikTok engagement that we've been running for the past 2 years now, you know, by doing that, Dan has been able to make sure that the right people are in the room to hear these conversations, and that is absolutely key, because if the right people are there to hear those conversations, then the messages are in the right place and there's real potential for change. And I think, yeah, there's absolutely place for those more ad hoc engagements. There's absolutely place for allowing these young people to drive the narrative of what they want to discuss. But I think if the groundwork has been done and there's a solid groundwork of content which has the real potential for influence, then there's a much higher chance of these young people seeing a real tangible outcome of these engagements. And I think that's ultimately what they really want. And I also think I'd encourage platforms to really see this as a learning journey for everybody involved. So of course the trust and safety teams are learning from young people, but young people need to learn through this process as well. And you know, whilst effective participation, facilitation absolutely has to hold space for challenge, I think if all parties are really understanding of where other parties are coming from, so if these young people know how product is developed, how policy is developed, then they're much more likely to come to the table with a solution which is based in reality, which is meaningful, which is tangible. And then that's much more likely to be adopted by trust and safety teams. And then that brings us much closer to the ultimate goal, which is co-design. And that's what we're ultimately aiming for. So I think if those things are in place from the beginning, it makes the end much easier to accomplish.
Yeah, thank you. A lot of what you said resonated. I think having different moments where we're able to bring our trust and safety leadership and even our CEO in front of the Youth Council at different points really, I think, helps set that tone for us. But then also even at a more granular level, I think the way that we think about doing planning where we like send out surveys to hear the youth voice on their priorities to align it with our internal team priorities helps make some of those things that Marcelina mentioned, like the family pairing work, the well-being work that we've been doing, more rooted in the youth voice. So I'm going to ask one more question and then try to leave some time for a question from the audience. And this one is for both of you. I'll start with you, Marcelina. How can platforms take youth insights and turn them into actionable feedback for their different teams? So start with you, Marcelina.
During my term last year, we had several meetings. We were connected both through our districts, so we were connected by continents, and then we were grabbed together to a whole council meeting. And during each meeting, we had amazing speakers speaking from different departments of the platform. With them, we discussed potential new features that are coming up and what we as a young generation are thinking about them. I cannot spoil a lot yet, but many things are coming. So I encourage every one of you here, but also all your kids to check out the new features that are coming up in the TikTok newsroom to be updated on what is happening with our board and what features we advise on. But I will say that every feedback we are sharing as the advisory board on those policies are later implemented. And this is what we could see during our youth summit in London, that we work on pro tips for teens, that will be soon up too. We were working on the family pairing, we were working on sleep schedule, time away. And my favorite that was also implemented are the mindfulness missions, well-being features, that you can have breathing exercises, mindfulness, but not in that sense you're thinking about. Those are amazing exercises that are lasting 2 minutes. And me as a young person that just finished high school can say strongly that I love them. And the graphics they have with TikTok, they're incredible to use to take the time away before bed. If you are on your phone, try to make the best of it. And all the feedback we're implementing, we see TikTok responding to us. And having people like Dan, like Nassau, like Easy, it's wonderful to connect with everyone because later we feel empowered as young people. And if you as adults are giving us the hand to empower us with youth advisory boards of Snapchat, YouTube, it's a wonderful way for us as young people to develop and enter the world of tech. So hear our voice, because we have many things to say on our life.
Thank you.
And we're happy to share it.
Thank you. Anything really quickly from you, Hannah, before we pop to the audience?
Really quickly, I just want to say I think everyone can see how meaningful the changes have been by how excited Marcelina is about it. And we've had to drill her not to give dates because she's that excited. She just wants to share it with everyone. But that has only been possible because we've had the engagements with the right people in the room at the right time who have been absolutely open to hearing what these young people have to say. And there has to be that real culture of openness and that real opportunity to hear their voices, but also to let them do, let them be involved, let them design, let them create. And I think that's why we have such meaningful outcomes from the engagements that we've had.
And summarizing that also with a trend, I will say, right people, right time.
Is there a question from the audience? We have some seconds left. All right, first hand.
Thank you. Congratulations, Marcelina. I'm Lucha. I work for the UN on violence against children. I want to congratulate TikTok also for their youth council and for listening to children and young people and involving them. I want to ask you, Marcelina, what do you think is the biggest impact that you have influenced to make the platform safer from violence, from cyberbullying, from the risks that children encounter online? And what do you think is the challenge for the other companies as well, for all social media and gaming companies to involve children and young people in their decision-making processes?
Thank you so much for your voice. Thank you so much for the question. I believe that the biggest impact we've done as the board and we advised on, and our feedback was taken, was that family pairing feature. thanks to which you can actually help your kids, and we can also talk with our parents about what content do we receive for our safety too, because every platform can go every direction. But if we narrow down what we want as young people there on the platform, we can make also the platform safer. Today, many young people have problems with DMs that are sent through the platform, some with inappropriate photos that are shared. Big problem arising now is, for example, sexting, that many kids are struggling. And thanks to features like, for example, family pairing, adults can see what type of messages the child is receiving. There's a new DM coming, and there's photos shared. They can see whether it's appropriate for your child or not, meaning that those kids that are young age, around 13, won't see and go into the inappropriate age direction that is making them safer too. Or for example, even you can learn from our advisory board or new features about how you can use the button like not interested to also make sure that those content won't be shared later. Or you can manage your topics on the application. And those are all features I learned by being in the advisory board, and I'm sharing with my colleagues and friends and online to educate people. As 3 days ago, both of us, we were part of the conference at the Vanderbilt University called Unmuted, Amplify Your Voice, where many representatives of NAMLE, of Snapchat members were there. And this is what we all brought up during the summit, that we must make the platform safer by also understanding those features. So, quick example, if you're driving a car, you need to make a driving license. If you're entering as a young person the online world, you should have similar sort of experience that you get before entering that world in order to teach them. Because if you're educated, you'll be safe. If you're uneducated, we need your support.
Thank you. So we are at time, but we will be around, obviously, at the closing. We'll be at the reception, so if you have more questions for us, please find us. Thank you to the panelists for joining us for this conversation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. What a brilliant panel. This is my favorite time of the afternoon when the blinds go up, so we get the view back again. It's a different view than what you had this morning, but it's still beautiful. Okay, so last but not least, it is my very great pleasure to introduce a good friend of mine and a long-standing supporter of FOSI, Catherine Tiedelbaum. Catherine is the head of Family Trust for Amazon Kids, where she directs initiatives that empower families to confidently navigate the web. Catherine is a former educator and industry veteran and over 2 decades of experience in trust and safety. Please welcome Catherine and her wonderful panel.
Okay. Wilson crowd. Nothing like being last before happy hour. Thank you all for staying. Thank you all for smiling at us and showing us some energy and love too. It's been a day, what a day, right? It's been full of ideas. It's been full of insights, inspiration, a little bit of caution and safety guidance. And as we head into this session, we're really excited to talk to you about a slightly different topic, but one that is alive in the halls here at FOSI, at lunch and at all the breaks, and that is partnership and collaboration. I keep thinking about a favorite quote of mine. It's from Brené Brown, and the reminder is that trust isn't built through grand gestures, it's built in small, consistent moments. And for those of you who are familiar with that quote, you'll know that it also came with a longer story about a jar of marbles, which I encourage you to go read if you have not. But think of each moment today when you're talking collaboration, when you're meeting somebody new who you might want to work with, as another marble that goes in the jar. Because it's really not a single moment that defines partnership. It's not an announcement necessarily, it's not a handshake. It's the ongoing, sometimes messy, frequently hard, but always worthwhile work that goes into showing up, learning from one another, and building something hopefully better. So I do want to have a big thank you to the Family Online Safety Institute, as always, for having us here, for bringing us together, for leading as they have today and for, I forget how many years, but a lot of years, in the same spirit of connection. At Amazon, we know that for the digital world to be safer, we have people, as do a lot of the other companies, who are in the roles of thinking about what does partnership look like. And in that same spirit of connection across research, advocacy, technology, I'm really excited to have this amazing panel with me today. We have Vu Gandon-Lay from Connect Safely. We have Donnell Probst from Namely. We have Corey Scott from the Digital Wellness Lab, and Belle Torek from the National Network to End Domestic Violence. And we will explore hopefully we'll explore what authentic partnership looks like, how these organizations are able to function to drive real world change and impact, and how you should walk away with some practical ideas on how you can improve your collaborations with not just these organizations, but all the varied organizations that you all work with. To kind of set the stage and do more of an introduction of each of you, we'll start with you, Vu, but I'd like to ask you each to talk a little bit about what partnership means for your organization or for you personally, and tell a little bit about yourself, of course.
Hi, I'm Vu Gandon-Lay. I'm the media director for Connect Safely. I'm a poor approximation for Larry Magid, for those of you that know him. He's doing much better, but he was sick right before the conference, so he sends his love. And I am partnership. What does partnership mean to me?
Yeah, what does it mean to you?
I mean, I think exactly what you said, right? Like showing up for each other, having conversations that when they're hard, I think is that kind of. This is the thing that defines partnership versus, I don't know, working together.
Thank you. Donnell?
Yeah, I think that for us, which I've heard this multiple times today, which is really exciting, that and for our partners, I know you've heard this before, but we view it as that shared responsibility. We did a summit last year for industry, and that was the entire theme of our summit. It is not something that any one of us can accomplish by ourselves, especially not, smaller nonprofits, medium-sized nonprofits, even sometimes large nonprofits. And so those partnerships are really important. And for us, it's really trying to move past that vendor relationship into an actual partnership that's sustained and long-term, and we find a way that we share our missions together.
So hi everyone, I am Corey Stott. I'm the Executive Director of the Digital Wellness Lab at Boston Children's Hospital. And we do research at the Digital Wellness Lab, and we try to use our research to inform strong design of products, policies, and services and user supports that are healthier and safer for young people. And so what that looks like in partnership for us is that, sometimes when you're working with partners and you are on the nonprofit end and your partners are supporting you financially, there can be a power differential. And I think that true partnership and the partnerships that we work to choose are those that we're sitting at the same table and we are going back and forth and deferring to expertise on both sides, and where our partners are invested in the same outcome of young people's well-being that we are.
Thank you. Belle?
Hi everyone, Belle Torek. I'm a tech safety specialist at the National Network to End Domestic Violence, where I serve the Safety Net Project, which is the part of the organization dedicated to this intersection between technology and abuse. And we work with industry, policymakers, civil society, academics to make sure that we're all working in tandem to combat gender-based violence and other forms of online abuse. To me, partnership means this symbiotic relationship, right? So the National Network to End Domestic Violence comes with this niche subject matter expertise around domestic abuse in particular. And when we get to take our niche expertise to a mega organization like Amazon, we get to broaden our impact to the benefit of survivors. On a really selfish note, I want to take a moment to talk about the partnership that we have with Ring, with Amazon's Ring program. In 2022, Ring approached NNEDV to create this program such that Amazon's Ring actually gives Ring devices to coalitions and programs directly that then go to survivors. In the 3 years that that program has existed, over 35,000 survivors have benefited from access to Ring devices, and to me, it's proof of concept. It's seeing this in action.
Thank you. Obviously not my role, and I haven't had anything to do with that partnership, but it is a really good proof point and an example of what authentic partnership looks like, because I think if you will speak to the people on our teams, they've learned a lot from the experts within your organization about how to build a better product for our audience. It's a good transition to thinking about technology and change, and almost every talk today has touched on evolving technology, especially in the form of AI. It's reshaping, for me, being in online safety all these years, it's definitely reshaping how I think about online safety, how I think about learning, child development, and the intersection of technology and just well-being. And I know for each of you in your ways, it is also impacting you. Corey, I thought maybe if you wouldn't mind starting, but I'd like to know how you think about how partnerships can help you navigate such a transformational time period, and can you share an example of either research or advocacy that has helped because of the partnership?
Yeah, so, you know, as we all know, and certainly if we didn't know when we got here today, we know now that, you know, AI in particular, and the way that we're experiencing it now it's an emerging technology, and therefore the research, it just isn't there yet to know the impacts of use of these various tools that are AI driven on young people's well-being, on families' well-being. We're still at the part where we're learning how they're using it, not even why. And so it's also really buzzy, right? So it's new, it's exciting, it's novel, and so we don't yet know how much of this is just this cool new thing that I'm gonna try, and how much of this is a thing that we're gonna use on an ongoing basis, and the ways in which we're gonna use that. And so as a research organization with finite resources, and we really wanna be diving deep, it can be difficult to decide where to focus that energy and where to focus those resources. And hearing from our partner organizations about what you're seeing. So you're on the forefront. You see things that we don't get to see yet. And so you're considering strategic design, you're making strategic business choices, and you're using data to do that. You're using what you see out in the world. And that back and forth partnership really helps us design our research so that we can catch it on the forefront instead of being a few steps behind, so we can design research that can actually still be impactful in the design process. And so it's sort of this bringing us along for the ride. And so we have, I would say we've done that with, we've been able to do that with all of our partners. I think that Amazon in particular, you have sat with us and said, we have this thing coming up, and I obviously don't want to speak in definites or specifics, but you know, we have this policy decision coming up, or we have this design decision coming up, and here's why we're thinking about this, and what do you think? What does your research say? And that's really helped us to both understand how to scale our impact
as you said, Belle, really being able to make sure that we have impact, but also be able to plan ahead to make those decisions really smartly so we can make impactful research choices.
Thank you. Yeah. Donnell, can you speak from more of an education standpoint?
Sure, I sure can. And also, I was so excited to talk about shared responsibility. I didn't introduce myself, so I'm Donnell Probst, the Executive Director of the National Association for Media Literacy Education, and we call ourselves namely because that is a mouthful. But yes, I think the one misconception is that AI literacy is separate from media literacy, and AI literacy just falls under the umbrella of media literacy. And I think the most challenging part of it from an education standpoint is that just like everything in education, it's not equal. It's not uniform in how educators are taught media literacy, and especially they're not getting taught anything about AI literacy. Parents are concerned, students are concerned. Students have very different ideas of what they want for AI in their lives than parents and educators. And so a lot of what we do at Namely is bringing people together, bringing all of those different constituents to the table to have conversations. And so, for example, last year we did an AI literacy summit, and it was really about bringing experts that focus their work on AI literacy together. And then that helps inform work that we do with some of our partners. It might be an AI literacy guide for parents or for educators, and that helps inform our work because the educators are coming to us because even though we are not necessarily the go-to, they're getting questions from parents, they're getting pushback from students, there's a lot of moving parts within their ecosystem, and so really figuring out how we can best inform them with as much as we know at this time, because as Corey said, it's new, it's difficult, there's moral panic around it, as has always happened with every new form of media. So we do our best to help kind of dissipate those fears, come with practical resources, and then work with our different partners to put it into spaces where they might not otherwise be getting media literacy in their classroom. So it might be on platforms, it might be on gaming platforms, it might be in corporate partners who also have parents in their orbit looking for different information. So we really just work to kind of backfill those spaces until education catches up, which, you know, it could be a decade or two. It's very slow. So our partners are really important in that.
It's funny, like when you both have pointed on, we have learned a lot from the past, and like me, Vu, this is not your first technical revolution since you've been doing your advocacy work. Would you mind speaking a little bit about whether or not you've learned what has benefited from partnerships? And
yeah, you know, Connect Safely is we're celebrating our 30th anniversary this year, so a lot of technology has come and gone. Larry's seen a lot of it. I've been around since 2005, and I was thinking this morning, actually Amanda Leonard, I don't know if she's still here, but she and I wrote a long time ago, wrote a white paper for SAMHSA about how people talk about suicide online. This is 2010.
For SAMHSA?
For SAMHSA, yeah. And one of the things we found was that people will basically find any way that they can, right? Whether it's a chat room or sending a letter to the president or like just, you know, telling their favorite celebrity or talking to an AI chatbot about it, right? So this is not a new, this stuff that we're facing is not at all new. And we've been here before. I think some of the panic that we're talking about, like it will dissipate, and we'll find ways to keep people safe, and that's I think that's the job of the partnership, and doing that when it's hard, and showing up and still being there.
Yeah, I would say that strong partnerships don't just happen. They're built with intentionality, and they're built, as I said at the beginning, with a goal to have mutual trust. What makes a partnership authentic to you all? And how do you balance, I think Corey, you said this, like there is a balance there because in a lot of cases the corporate partner is the financial partner, and that is an imbalance before you even have your first conversation. So how do you balance, I guess, goodwill with real measurable goals? And I'll start with you, Corey, since you brought it up.
Yay. Yeah, so, I don't want to minimize the impact of that funding, right? So funding is very difficult to come by, and it is we, and I think I can speak for everyone here, are always deeply grateful for it. But it is somewhat secondary in that it's really that collaboration and that amplification of change and that that sort of speeding up the path to that end point that we want to see. So without the commitment to action, we just aren't as well positioned to make the impact that we're seeking. So at the Digital Wellness Lab, our impact model is to make that change in the design of products, policies, and services. And so that means that we have to be partnering in an authentic and meaningful way with the folks who are, we call them supporters, so the folks who are supporting us. And we're really choosy about that on purpose. We want to be partnering with folks who are willing to come to the table and to have those really challenging conversations, to hear critical feedback, and to understand that we're gonna publish everything we learn. And one way that we know that that authenticity is happening is that we're at the table all the way at step 0, and then we're at the table throughout the process, and then there's this circling back of where it landed and how our research or our clinical expertise was integrated, and that's where it really starts to feel like we're in this together, and we're bringing our individual resources and our individual knowledge bases to bear to pursue that end goal.
Yes, I've been on the receiving end of some boundary setting from you and your team. Mel, would you like to add anything about the authenticity and what it takes to build a deeper partnership?
I would love to. I couldn't agree more, first and foremost, with Corey. Everything that you're saying about this willingness to have difficult conversations, to engage in them. You know, coming from a survivor-centered organization, we are constantly thinking about safety by design, and we are deeply committed to this idea of the prevention of harms before those harms occur. But at the same time, we are cognizant of the fact that online abuse, online harms exist, and we're really thankful to companies who are willing to engage in research, the collection of data, to find out where those pain points exist and to work with us to help mitigate those harms. The other thing, I think, is sustainability, not just short-term one-off partnerships, but thinking about partnership as a long-term ongoing relationship. I'm gonna make a shout out to my bosses, Safety Net's director, Ades Garnett, and our Vice President of Programs and Partnerships, Erica Olson. You know, we've cultivated such a relationship with Amazon and with other companies that when a product or a feature exists or is about to exist and we spot some potential flags, first and foremost, a lot of the time we're engaged in those conversations way before things go to market. But if ever there's a flag, we're on such a cordial basis that we're able to text Virginia or Catherine and say, hey, we want to have a conversation. And because of these long-term partnerships, we're able to engage in that dialogue. And it's always to the benefit of consumers, to survivors, to families, to young people.
Thank you, and that is true. I'm on the receiving end of those conversations too. I want to talk a little bit more about what you said about sustaining the impact, sustaining the partnership, and ultimately, our partnerships are about creating a safer environment for our customers, for the audiences that you advocate and represent. Wondering how is anyone supposed to know if this is working? Like, we know we do some things, we know we talk about some things, but how do you know when it's really working? How do you measure impact? How do you translate research or advocacy into practice? And what does that look like? And so, Donnell, would you like to go first?
Yeah, so I think it's interesting in our organization because our primary audience are PK through 12 educators, librarians, kind of anyone in that orbit. Secondary to that are parents and students. And so oftentimes we understand that our primary audience doesn't perfectly and neatly align with many of our partners. And so it's really taking a deep dive to figure out how can we integrate what you're wanting to accomplish, what we're wanting to accomplish, and pool our knowledge, our resources, our connections, our intellectual property, and network in order to accomplish a shared mission. And so once we see that kind of come full circle, and we have partners who are willing to be honest with us and say, like, here is what we're really interested in, here's, you know, things that we're talking about behind the scenes, and I can say, here's what we're thinking about, and we can both be honest about what's going to work and not work for each other, and get us to a point where then I think that is best case scenario, where you're finding things that in the end they're going to serve the purpose that they were originally intended. And so when we start to see that investment and that collaboration turn into impact by getting down to teachers, getting to parents, resources are ending up in the hands of people who need them, especially when this is a very tumultuous kind of media environment right now. For us, that's a huge win because, as I said before, we know that educators are not always able to deliver this in a classroom, and we can't always, as many have said here today, rely on that trusted adult, because that is different or may not exist for many students. And so if we can come at this from as many ways as possible, that's incredibly important for us to backfill some of those gaps. And so when we start to see the hands of teachers saying, oh my gosh, this is exactly what I needed, I'm not going to get PD, but this particular resource helps me, or I can provide this to my parents or students or whatever it might be.
Thank you. And Corey, would you like to add to that at all? Or I think she covered almost everything, just the research part.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was the
She covered most?
Yeah, I was like, I'm not sure what I would add.
Well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, if I add in the research part, you know, the impact, we hit a lot of different places, right? So one is sort of being able to, like I said before, see that full circle, right? So we start over here, we add clinical and academic research into the conversation, and then over here a decision's been made, a new product is released, a new policy, whatever the case may be, and we think it's healthier, safer, whatever the focus was for young people, right? So that's one path of measurement. Another is we're doing all this research, and one way in academia that research becomes really valued is that it is published. And so we're able to track our publications and know that other academics are taking that information, learning from it, and building on it. And so there's a lot of collaborative research, and that's another sort of measurement path. And then I think too, there's a piece here around, you know, there's parents, there's educators, there's clinicians, there's all these first line folks with young people who they get information from a lot of different places, and sometimes that information is very, very emotional. And so as we start to see certain parents or certain groups of parents or certain clinicians and folks that are starting to pick up this more nuanced research-based version of what we're understanding or what the guidance might be, that's sort of it's a little less measurable, but it feels really good as an impact measurement.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I know you said earlier, somebody from the Digital Wellness Lab said earlier, and this is a call out to one of the other panels, but you were quoted while you were sitting in the audience, that some of your research was quoted back to you. Mm-hmm. That feels really good too, but that's how you know that you're influencing kind of an ecosystem of safety, I would say. Yeah. And not just the one partner who maybe asked the question or was maybe working on the product or funded a research project. I'd like to look a little bit to the future. And one thing with the Tumultuous Times is we don't know where it's going, right? But especially with emerging tech and new kind of the family dynamics around the online spaces needs to continue to evolve, will continue to evolve. Let's think a little bit about what's next. And Vu, I'd love to start with you about whether you see some opportunities here. What do you see about challenges in 2026 and beyond?
Sorry.
And also practical steps everybody in the room
Absolutely.
think about.
I might start with the practical step, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
You know, Connect Safely has a lot of amazing partners, and I consider all of the people that we interact with champions, right? And I think the practical step I would offer is like find or become the champion. And if I can tell an old story. When I was my background is that I come from suicide prevention world. So when I was at the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, I get a call from Tom Lenoble, who is at Facebook, customer service, and he's like, "Hey, people on my platform are talking about suicide. What do I do?" And the only reason that happened is that he cared about it. He was like, "I have have personal connection to this topic. I care deeply about it. Can we help them?" And we figured out a way, right? It was messy and it was weird, but we figured out a way to help them. And I think that that's kind of the only way, especially as things are really complicated. That's kind of the suggestion I would have, I guess.
Val, what gives you hope?
What gives me hope? So one of the things that I think about a lot as a lawyer is the idea that a lot of the time when something comes to a courtroom, it's kind of too late to really mitigate harm that's already occurred. You're just thinking about future harm. And one of the good things about partnerships is that we have the ability to really be active partners and keep people safe and healthy and engaged before bad things happen. It's one of the things that I see as a real a strong suit and a pro of engaging in these relationships, because we have the ability to do so much. And thinking Wizard of Oz style, there's so much that happens behind the curtain, right? There are so many things. Imagine the number of things that didn't go to the market because they were really harmful and really bad. No company is going to go out of their way to say, look what we didn't do, right? But because all of us on stage kind of have some insight into those things, we get to see how much safer the online ecosystem is because of these relationships that exist.
Thank you for that. And you're right. Nobody goes on stage to say, what do we not do? Corey or Belle, do you want to add to that? What gives you hope?
Yeah. Well, so we just got back from a youth summit last week, and I have to say that young people give me hope. Yeah. I think that the teenagers and young adults that I have met through this work and the 50 some odd young people who we had with us last week, they're incredible, they're smart, they know what they need, and they know what they want, and they know why they're using the things that they're using in terms of technology tools, and they're willing to tell us. And if we listen to them, I think that we'll be in pretty good shape. And so I think that young people really, they give me hope that we're gonna be okay.
Yeah, do you want to?
Yeah, I think interestingly enough, kind of the groundswell of AI has really, I think, been another moment that shed light on the need for media literacy. The great thing about media literacy is that it applies to all technologies, all platforms. It's a process, not a product. So, once you have that skill set, you can translate that to any type of tech media content. And I think, I see that people are starting to understand that media literacy is a preventative measure and that it's good business for platforms and tech companies because it prevents users from engaging in behaviors that cause these harms that we're all discussing at events like this. And so I think just the fact that I'm up here and Corey's up here for digital wellness and we're all up here trying to do this work, and that we have so many people who are willing to listen and who are interested in this work and interested in advancing it through partnerships is really inspiring and gives me a lot of hope because, we used to say that nobody used to call us about media literacy, and, now
we are.
Now we are, so progress.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you, all four of you. It has reminded us today that there's no one organization or one perspective that will have all the answers or all the solutions. And here's to partnership. I hope you continue the conversation out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Love these people. Thank you, Catherine. Well done. Okay, so we're now, I am between you and drinks, so I'll try to be brief. Having said that, we do have something a little special, something we haven't done for a long time. We have a few awards to give out, 2 or 3. So if my handy assistant can come up, I will, this is Jordan Glover, by the way, people.
Hello.
She is our Chief Operating Officer, and my policy is to say yes to every question she asks me. But anyway, I want to acknowledge our very first FOSI fellow, Abby Rockman, whose passion for research, which was showed out in the research at the beginning of this day, and fresh perspectives have enriched our work and inspired our team. She has contributed meaningful insights to our projects, amplified our thought leadership, and represented the next generation of change makers in digital well-being. Thank you for being part, this is a surprise by the way, she has no idea this was coming. Thank you for being a part of the FOSI family and for helping shape the future of online safety, and happy birthday for tomorrow. Oh, come here, come here.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Also a surprise, I want to recognize Andrew Zach for completing 6 years at FOSI, now our Senior Policy Manager whose expertise and diligence have elevated FOSI's role as a trusted voice in the online safety policy world. From navigating complex legislative landscapes to strengthening our relationships with regulators around the world, his work ensures that children and families remain at the center of every conversation about technology and safety. We're so proud of his leadership, and where are you? Oh, there you are, and demonstrated since joining FOSI, and he's probably worked harder than anyone else at this conference. Andrew Zach.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers. And last but not least, also a complete surprise, I would like to begin by expressing my deep appreciation for our wonderful board chair, Tammy, who has steadfast leadership and strategic vision, continues to guide FOSI through a period of remarkable growth and impact. Tammy's commitment to collaboration, your thoughtful leadership, and your unwavering belief, are you on the stage now? Yes, she is. In our mission have been instrumental to everything we've achieved over the last 3 years. Thank you for leading with integrity and heart. Soon your term ends, and you'll be missed as chair, but we are so grateful to have you stay on the board. Tammy Bomick.
Thank you so much. It's been an honor.
Give it up for Tammy Bomick. Come here, come here, come here.
Right of you.
Oh, were you? Oh, okay.
Because the lighting is better.
Oh, the lighting's better on this side.
The lighting is the lighting better on this side? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Look at the camera.
Thank you.
Look at the camera. All right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. She would like to thank the Academy. She forgot to mention that part. Now, if the wizardry of our AV team will do this, I now have an announcement to share. Our FOSI 2026 European Forum will take place on June 9th at Google's headquarters in Brussels. And at that point, oh, look at that, it worked. Please save the date and hope to see many of you there. And how many people have attended a European Forum in this room? Yes, yes. It's a wonderful, wonderful event. So please come and join us. Also, I get to announce our 20th annual conference will be held on November 19th at the spectacular Ronald Reagan Building, a much larger space. We had to close the doors about a few days ago. This can seat up to 500, where we held our first ever annual conference. So please join us for that very special occasion. That's going to be quite something. So this brings us to the end of FOSI 2025. I hope you took advantage of this space, both literally and metaphorically, as it were, to explore new ideas, to re-engage with old friends, make new ones, to challenge and be challenged. Remember I said that this morning? By a wide spectrum of opinions and experiences that you collectively have brought to our gatherings. These times may be tumultuous, but we must stay true to our core values of transparency, inclusion, and evidence-based policymaking. We are stronger together when we collaborate and innovate around a common purpose. That includes acknowledging the risks, mitigating the harms, while also realizing the remarkable rewards that technology and AI offers us and our kids. One quick note, we value your feedback. Oh, there it is. So please scan this QR code from the comfort of your chair, shown on the screen, and let us know how you felt about today, what more you would like to see at next year's conference, and any other feedback you'd like to share. All right? A couple of thank yous. I would once again like to thank our corporate sponsors, particularly our champion sponsors, Amazon and Apple, without whom this conference would not have been possible. A heartfelt thank you to our keynote speakers, panelists, moderators, and exhibitors who provided such rich and valuable contributions throughout the day. I'd like to thank the staff here at the Intercontinental, who have fed us extremely well. Intercontinental, people. I was coming to the bacon. They provided us bacon. It was amazing. Also, to our very expert AV team, CVW Event Productions, who provided the live stream and all the other technical wizardry. There's 150 people behind this screen, and there's a few over there. Thank you so much, guys. Is Steph Condello in the room? There you are. To Steph Condello, our brilliant events consultant, and her magnificent team who made everything run so smoothly. So thank you, Steph. And to a very big thank you to the wonderful FOSI team who have spent countless hours, weeks and months, in fact, in the run-up to this big day. A round of applause for the FOSI team. FOSI team, stand up. And I'm looking for my wife. Is she here? Jan, are you here? Did you get here yet? Oh, then there's my daughter, Emily, as well. Finally, to my wife, Jan, who continues after all these years to support and sustain me. I owe you everything. Okay. So with that, I'd like to invite you, yes, because I'm from London, my lover. Actually, that's a Bristol accent. That's where Jan's from. We're going to be wined and dined. No, we're just going to be wined by the generous support of Tencent. Thank you, Tencent, for that. And looking forward to steering a steady course in these tumultuous times. Thank you all very, very much.